Hello again.
Good evening. Back together again. Where are you barking at? Hello. Oh, hello. Look at you in the square. Hope it doesn't happen, but my dog has been barking at the sun, so I do not know, but hopefully will be quiet. Just give, hopefully Alice will join us and we'll start with our interfaith reflection.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting?
You sure can.
You had suggested that I go to, I think you said five to get the interfaith reflection questions.
Yes,
I didn't see them.
you didn't on five. In my handbook, it's 5.16.
16. Okay, I'm gonna look again. Okay, I'll look again.
Um, this is what it looks like. But the section might be wrong. Maybe I'm looking at an old one.
Yeah, I'll look through it. I think I did see something like that. I don't think it's in that section though.
Okay, my
I'll
apologies.
look again.
Okay. All right, Alice, take it away, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Okay. I have it on my other screen. So if you see me looking on the side, because okay. Welcome, friends. Today we gather from many traditions and life paths. Each of us carries wisdom from our faith, wisdom from our culture, and wisdom from our experiences. This is not a time to set aside who we are, but a time to honor one another's sacred journey. Our practice today will have 3 movements. First, grounding ourselves in breath. Then, listening to a shared poem prayer. And finally, resting in silence before receiving a closing blessing. You are free to participate in the way that is authentic to you. If at any time you would rather simply listen or rest, that is also welcome. Now I invite you to sit comfortably, feet on the ground, hands resting gently. If you would like, you may close your eyes or soften your gaze. Let us take 3 slow breaths together. With each inhale, we receive life as a gift. With each exhale, we receive what we do not need to carry right now. Let us take 3 breaths slowly. Inhale. Hold it. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Notice the stillness in your body. Notice the presence of those around you. Notice that you are not alone. Let's take another full minute in quiet breathing together. Across traditions, wisdom is carried in words. It is also carried in prayers and poems. The one I will share now is written in simple language so that each of us, whatever our background, can find something to hold on to. As you listen, notice a phrase or image that speaks to you. Let it rest with you in the silence that follows. Love is the thread that holds us. Hope is the light that guides us. Compassion is the ground beneath us. Peace is the breath we share. We are many, yet we belong to one another. May our lives bend towards healing. May our hearts awaken to wonder. Now I will read it again. This time, notice a word or a phrase that stands out for you. You do not need to analyze it. Just hold it gently. Love is the thread that holds us together. Hope is the light that guides us. Compassion is the ground beneath us. Peace is the breath we share. We are many, yet we belong to one another. May our lives bend towards healing. May our hearts awaken to wonder. Take a moment now to sit with the word that you've just heard. Again, you do not need to analyze them. Just notice what lingers, what stays with you. We will hold this in silence together. Now, we will enter into 2 minutes of shared silence. In this silence, you may pray in your own tradition. Repeat a sacred word. Breathe with intention, or simply rest. Our silence is not empty. It is filled with presence, however you understand the holy. As we return from the silence, let us carry with us whatever word, whatever breath or feeling arose. There is no need to hold it tightly. Just let it accompany you as we prepare to close with a blessing. As we close, I invite you to receive this blessing in the way that is most meaningful to you. May the one who is near in every breath, the Spirit who comforts in every sorrow, and the love that binds us beyond boundaries, grant us peace. Okay. Another.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Let's give some feedback.
Thank you, Alice, for your reflection. You threw me to the middle of nowhere. I feel so peaceful. My mind was so clear, and I feel myself in a safe space that you create around me. Just clear my mind. All the thoughts that I have when I been sitting here start the class goes away. And thank you for that reflection.
Thank you, Alfredo. I appreciate it.
Without having those questions and knowing the correct way or protocol to say this was my first experience. With that, first, thank you. The one of my goals is to learn how to just be, and to learn self-care. I'm learning that about myself, that I just do not know how to engage in self-care. So that experience, because I was writing goals and stuff, had no idea that I was going to experience that. And wow, your voice, the calmness in your voice, I just felt my body. I felt like my body and my spirit, and so everything was just becoming one. I was just like just one, with my eyes open. I was even a little anxious or about closing my eyes because I didn't know where I would go. So I kept them open. But I want to say that was my first experience in I think it's called interfaith reflection or something. I had never, but it was awesome. It was just what I have put in my goals that I'm going to focus on in this unit. And so I'm glad that I was able to experience it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This is all new. This CPE, all of this information I'm getting is really new to me. So I've been having, getting a little anxious and, feeling like I don't have a clue. But thank you. I now feel grounded. I feel ready to receive new information now. Like it's okay. Don't be scared. And I think it was I know that it was a result of participating in that particular exercise. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Audrey. You're very welcome. Mhm.
Thank you, Alice.
Yeah.
I felt your voice is very gracious and serene. And just the way you gave us structure and also permission side by side was very lovely. I think for me, there's a little bit of trauma informed care in that. You gave us choices. So we had a flow that we were following with you, but a little bit of wiggle room in how we chose to do it. I love your incorporation of breath. As you know, that's something that matters to me. What we do in our bodies as we use our minds is really closely connected. I thought your reading was very beautiful. I wonder if maybe you'd be willing to share it with us at some point. And just your inclusive language, I think, was really appropriate for the function of this exercise, which was interfaith. And I think that there were no parameters around that, especially because you specifically told us a few times, interpret this how it feels right to you. So even something like spirit could be a word with emphasis, or it could be like in the spirit of friendship kind of a thing. So
Yeah.
that was very nicely done. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Yeah, when I first wrote it, I said I need to put in breathing inside. Like I'm very cerebral, so I don't always think that my body needs to get in. Again, it's a process of this is the third unit, and just like Audrey, self-care wasn't my big deal, and it's like an intentional thing for me because in the process I'm really learning to pause and let everything here stop and just let the body just be, and you already do it so effortlessly, because that is one of your forte, your strength. For me, I'm really, again, the process I'm really learning again and again how to bring it all together. So Audrey, you're in a good group. So we all, yeah, some of us are strong. Kate is very strong in that, and in the body mind combination of breathing. She did a fantastic job last week. Unfortunately, we weren't there, but she make us really stand up and do all of that. I wish my body really wanted and needed. And I said, oh, Kate gave us 15-minute exercise, so I don't have to worry if I do it. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your feedback. I'm going to ask one more quick question. And Alice, may I make an observation? As you were receiving affirmation, when you went to respond, I just observed how you deflected to other people and to the past, and you left this moment where you were simply receiving affirmation. Having said that, I'm taking the mantra, may my life bend towards healing. Thank you so much for the gift of those words and the wisdom, as you said in those words. Was there anything that was a barrier to your spiritual reflection? And that's for everyone. Was there anything that was a barrier? So yes or no?
Not for me. Not at all.
Only just one thought, and it wasn't for me, but the prayer did assume a theistic perspective, like that you have a God, the way it closed. And I just say this because, again, I work in a lot of spaces where people don't have a God. They don't think God is normative. They think even from Buddhism to atheism to agnosticism. So I think there was only just one time God was in there, but it did catch my attention because I always think of that whenever I do safe space exercises, not right or wrong, just a note.
What might be an alternative, Kate?
I just wonder if that word God can be loaded. So something maybe like, I don't know if there's another way to say God, like eternity or some like big word, big thing, or the power that is within you. You used spirit beautifully, Alice, right after it, and peace and blessing. There was only one point the word God came in. And again, it's so small because in this context and for all of us, it's so beautiful and lovely. I only say it because it's CP and sometimes we just, yeah, it's just like, oh, I didn't even think of it. I do that all the time. So if it's helpful to you, maybe just.
Yeah, it's very helpful. I actually thought about that because I said authentic interfaith is one that acknowledges everyone, even those who have the language God, right? Without it necessarily um what would I say, constrain, right? So how do we in a space where people have different ways. So again, I think it might just be helpful what to just the holy, however you call it, however you name it, maybe, without yeah. So it's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great word. You just said the holy. Donna was just asking for a word. I might actually use that. That's beautiful.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I just had one more. For me, this whole area, because of my past, my practices, my habits, that I have picked up, I believe that's where I'm going to really need help in the interfaith part of it and learning to encourage, speak without, God, Jesus, because I've been so used to doing that. And the people that I've been, that's been in my circle or in my culture, my community, have had the same, faith as me. So I'm just saying that that's where I'm going to need help, you guys. When you hear me, I love it. Chaplain Donna, how you asked Kate what else, how else could she have said that? And then it ended up coming out in the conversation. So I do know that I have a lot of challenges, but I do know that that's one of them for me. I don't want to call it a barrier, but definitely a challenge.
That's
Right.
excellent self-awareness, Audrey. Good self-awareness.
And I also think it's filling the room, right? That in a room where it's an interfaith, but with the three monotheistic group, even though it's an interfaith, all that of the monotheistic group do use the word God, right? So if that is still an interfaith, because Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, it really needs to be an interfaith space. But in that space, they all use the word God. And in that space, you fill the room. And I think, again, then you can help in that, is context really does matter. And in the language we choose, that when it's a monotheistic group, we are not going to shy away from the language they all share, right? And can you help with that?
Sure, I can help with that. But I would rather the group help with that. And if nobody else wants to help with that, I'm happy to chime in. But what's your thought? That's
Mhm.
beautifully said. I feel what you're reaching for.
In my mind, I think the most beautiful thing you did was the invitation, and that was really clear. And knowing your audience for sure is a piece of it, because if you knew every person in the room and they were using God, it's a great choice versus, like, say, Jesus or Allah or something that's exclusive. And then the next question would be, if you don't know everyone in the room, what's the invitation? Like, your invitational language was beautiful. And then all of us can think about that in advance, because I would invite using my own language. And sometimes I can ask permission for that. Like, I use the word God when I pray. Will it bother you if I use that word? But if I don't have space for that kind of a thing, I might say, like we were talking about earlier. So always just kind of thinking about who that invitation is encompassing, and how our language and our bodies and our words and our tone, there's so many layers, right? Which, of course, Alice did all of it beautifully.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. I hear you defining us as perhaps all part of a monotheistic tradition, defining us perhaps all as Christian. I have not come out as Christian. So actually, unless you really know you have a universal audience, even defining us that way is slightly limiting and excluding. So I think you consider Buddhism a faith. Is that true? That you would consider it in that interfaith? And in that tradition, there would be no language of God. And so I haven't come out. You don't know what I know your assumption.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
there you go. So what I invite is setting that your perspective. I sometimes call it give you come out. I know we are a diverse group, and I offer this with as inclusive language as I can, and I'm grounding it in my faith tradition, which happens to be Christian. But I'm going to broaden this to be as inclusive as I can so that all of you will be able to participate. And then I go forward trying to be as inclusive as I can, because we're not perfect. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah, yeah, that's really very helpful. Yeah.
Excellent reflection, excellent feedback. I am grateful for my gift. May my life bend towards healing. Thank you. And Alfredo, would you like us to take a short break, or would you like to lead us into your goals for life? You're on mute. That might be good.
Let's take a short break.
Okay. What's short mean to you?
Half an hour. I don't know. It's up to you, you know.
May your life bend towards 10 minutes. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
All
Thank you,
right.
and Alice. Well done. Immediately after Alfredo's, then Audrey, you'll go and share your statement first. Pause. We'll give you some feedback and then share your goals. Okay?
Okay, I'm gonna share my goals. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes, it looks good.
Okay, this is my goals. Category B, awareness of self and others. Outcome number 1, self-care. The indicator for the to be 4, sorry, 11 before. Evaluate how one use self-care practice, including trauma-informed care approaches for support of well-being, included when providing spiritual care. My goal statement is understanding that as a hospital chaplain, my effectiveness in providing spiritual care depends on my ability to remain centered, emotionally present, and self-aware. And this involves recognizing my own physical, emotional, and spiritual needs so I can maintain my presence without feeling overwhelmed. Being mindful of others extends this practice outward, recognizing that patients, families, and staff also carry the burden of stress, grief, and trauma. The process, I have two steps. 3, remember that I am there to accompany, not to correct, and that the outcome of the patient's process is not up to me. Understand that I must respect the patient's autonomy and allow them to lead the encounter. Know that I can become emotionally involved and may need to release responsibilities more intentionally after visits. My measure of progress. I will recognize in my journal after visit how I feel emotionally, whether I use self-care practice and my presence with the patients. Two, I will have a more consistent reconnection of my emotion state before and after visit, with less burden from unresolved encounters. 3, receiving feedbacks from my patients' visit in my reflections, verbatims, IPE, IS, from my instructor, classmates, and my mentor. My second, category C, relational dynamic, empathy. Evaluate one's ability to maintain healthy relational boundaries in spiritual care contexts. My goal statement, by the end of this CP unit, I will strengthen my ability to practice empathy while maintaining healthy relational boundaries in spiritual care visit. The process. I will accomplish this by specific reflecting weekly on at last one patches encounter in which boundaries setting was important, ensuring that my empathy remains balanced with professional boundaries to provide safe and compassionate care. Time bound, demonstrating measurable growth in boundary maintenance by the end of this unit. My measured progress. Measurable, documenting observations in my meals and supervision. Achievable, applying feedback from peers and supervisor. In my weekly reflection, IPEs, IS, and verbatim. Category D, spiritual care intervention outcome 1, develop a spiritual care relationship. Evaluate one use the communication style and skills, including trauma-informed approaches. My goal, by the end of this CP unit, I will develop meaningful spiritual care relationship by practicing specifically and reflecting on my communication style and skills, including trauma-informed approaches. The process. I will accomplish this by specific practice and reflecting on my communication style and skills, including trauma-informed approaches. being relevant, fostering trust and connection with care recipients. On the time bound, demonstrating increased communication effectiveness by the end of this unit. My measuring progress, measurably documenting at last one encounter per week where I evaluated my communication choices. Achievable, applying feedback from peers and supervisors to refine my approach. In my weekly reflection, PIG, IAS, and verbatims. That's it. So my goals.
Excellent. I'm going to ask a quick clarification on number 1.
Yes.
On the second one, where you talk about release responsibilities more intentionally. Can you, after visits, can you say a little more about that?
Yes, because I have to understand that I cannot do everything for everybody. And use the gifts of the other chaplains when I can see that it's going to be more helpful for them to see another chaplain than myself. So in that way, I'm going to release responsibilities
And you're going to
because
do
I,
more
I don't have all the gifts, I don't have all the knowledge, and I have to evaluate the need of the patient. If I can see that one of my courses more capable to do the I'm gonna say the war and the passion, I'm gonna release that. That's what it means.
Got it. Thank you. That's very clear. Any other feedback for Alfredo?
Alfredo, will you scroll down to the empathy goal again for me, please?
Which one?
Empathy. I think it was number 2. Okay. And then scroll up just a little bit so I can see the language of it.
¿Verdad?
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking about how you wrote this because I find you to be a very empathetic person. So I just wanted to look again at what you've written here, which is more about tending towards empathy and kind of pulling it back a little. Am I understanding that versus trying to maybe cultivate something that's not really there and grow it?
Okay.
Is that what
Yes.
I'm seeing that? I just wanted to look at it again with my own eyes. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, for me the empathy is key. And I work actually the 4 units I just try to learn more about being empathic with the patients because it's a key. And this role as a chaplain is a golden key to have a good care about the patients.
Can I ask a question about it? Just having known
Yes.
you for a few units now, would it be worthwhile, do you think, and this is just genuine curiosity on my part, to put something in your goal about where your empathy might normally be and how your awareness around that is present in your care encounters? Because sometimes we walk into a room maybe with multiple people and we say, oh gosh, that person, I really feel a connection with them. My heart is for them. But sometimes they're not the person in the room who needs the care. And I'm just curious if that's ever happened to you in a setting,
Yes.
and if that's maybe a vulnerability in this goal that you might just want to speak to a little bit. Just a thought.
Yes. Yeah, but for me, be awareness about your feelings is a key in that moment. Knowing that every person in the room has the equal rights to receive a care, pastoral care. And as soon as I know my feelings and I can feel it, I I feel more empathic for this one than this one. Okay, but that's my feeling. It's not the way we have to act. Okay, so I try to have balance in that. Okay, it's not about me. It's not about my feelings. It's about them. And I try to be empathic, being fully in presence. Okay, in the room and willing to hear every person in the room and made them important. I entered in one of the rooms, and one of the patients of the people of the room talk about the worry that she has with her grandchild. So in the prayer meeting for the patient, I pray also for the grandchild. Okay, so in that way I'm being empathic with them, even though it wasn't the meaning of the visit. I'm being fully present, hear everything that people say, and you can be empathic in that way, and doesn't have to follow your feelings about, oh, this person, oh, how kind, and this is so rude. But it's a process, and I want to have balance in that, because sometimes it's not easy because some people it's kind of hard. They interrupt you, and don't let you flow in what you're doing. And we have to be empathic with everyone, even with those hard people. Am I answered your question, or?
Yeah, I don't know. It was so much as a question, just as more thinking about what
Yeah.
empathy already is to you, and if that fits in this definition, or if there's
Yeah.
spaces you can press into maybe what it's not for you, but what it
Yes. When it's not for me, it's not that I'm not empathic with that person. That's why I'm being empathic in that way, because in that way I understand my limits. Okay, but doesn't mean that I'm not empathic with them. I empathic with them because I try to looking for somebody who care of them. I'm not leave the person just like that. Forget it. I cannot do nothing for him. So I try to find a way to the person has the care that they needed. Okay. If I don't feel or I don't see that I am fit with the person, I reach somebody, and that way I try to make myself empathic with them. I'm not ignore them. I'm not let them. I try to get the help they needed. As you see, it's not easy to be empathic. We learn.
I think, like Kate, I would have thought empathy is something you embody so naturally that I wouldn't have seen that immediately as a goal. But when you explain, I'm understanding the empathy that you need in different contexts and how it translates into actions in many different ways.
Exactly.
And therefore it is important. But so it's true. Like it, I'm like, wait a minute, Alfred don't need a goal in empathy. How? Anyway, um, Can you scroll to the one on spiritual care assessment? I think it's B12. Did I see it or I am imagining it? Oh,
Okay.
it was not.
The
It
first
was,
one?
wasn't there one on, oh, no. Was I looking what lenses? I thought I saw someone on spiritual care assessment.
Oh,
No. Okay.
no.
Um,
Yeah, sometimes for me it's not easy to be empathic. I'm learning. I'm in the process to be empathic. I'm not. I am the process. So each time I learn something different. And I think it's something that it's gonna take my life to learn it.
Can you scroll down, please? Or
Yeah.
if you can just show us the others again.
More or like this.
Oh, yeah, it was spiritual care intervention. That's the one I was looking. I said, I think my eyes see. I saw the intervention there. Think this is me trying to understand. I'm sorry, maybe I was there in the didactic on spiritual care intervention, but I think I missed out something. The intervention presume assessment, right? So you have the intervention is not a goal, but no, the assessment is not a goal. It is the intervention stage, Alfredo, that you want to focus on.
Yeah.
Okay. May I ask then, can I see your process? Okay, again, this is level 4, level 2B, so might still, I'm not there, so there might be gaps, and if there are gaps, please help me fill them. In the how you would do it, um I see practices, specific practices and reflection on my communication style, being relevant, fostering trust and connection with care recipient. Um,
Just don't forget that my English is my second language.
Absolutely, it's not the
Okay?
English. I'm not even.
No,
And
yeah.
afraid I'm not.
That's why I try to have more knowledge about the communication I have to choose because
Right,
CPE, the communication is a key.
right. No, I mean it's not really about language, my
No, no,
brother.
no.
It's not. It's about I'm just asking because if the intervention assesses the is connected to the assessment and then you do the intervention, how are they, because I don't see, it's like you are going to reflect on practicing reflecting on communication style. That is intervention. Does that come from situations where you've assessed that that is what is needed for that intervention?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
And those are my goals.
Mhm.
I'm not there yet.
You don't have 5 goals. Alfredo.
Yeah.
All right, well done, Alfredo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Audrey just got real nervous.
You're in a good team and group, Audrey, so it's good.
I can definitely tell the difference between Unit 1 and Unit 4.
Oh, yes, a huge difference.
Yes,
Just,
the growth. So
yes,
yeah, thank
just,
you.
yeah, don't push yourself, go step by step.
Yes,
At the fourth unit, you're gonna see you growing. Just learn what you have to learn in first unit, second unit, third unit. If not, you're gonna get crazy, as myself.
right.
The
That's
first
what I,
unit was
yeah,
so tough for me because I don't know nothing about the language. I don't know nothing about what they speak. When they say the pair, the core, say, what does that mean? I never hear the words. So I have to learn the language the chaplains use it because it's another language. That's it.
yes,
We are
yes, so-
we are being re-educated in how to speak to the person because the way that we communicate our thoughts are so important as a chaplains. Because as you say, my background, the 30 years I was a pastor. Amen, brother. Hallelujah. Gloria a Dios. All those things that, and my prayers, I have changed a lot, my prayers. And
yes,
all my,
I understand and I agree. And I'm learning new language.
yes, yes, that's all.
I am with you on that.
Yes,
So should I read my statement?
Yes, you can. Would you like to put it on the screen or you just want to read it to us? How do
No,
you?
I'll just read it because I don't have the document on this particular computer.
Okay.
I didn't realize I was gonna have to put it on the screen. Okay, it's brief. My name is Audrey King. I was born in Los Angeles, California. I learned early the values of compassion, resilience, and service. I graduated from Pomona High School at the age of 16, then went on to attend Mount San Antonio College, where I completed the psychiatric technician program and received my psychiatric technician license. Shortly thereafter, I began working for the state of California. I served faithfully in this role for 37 years, dedicating myself to the mental health and well-being of those in my care. Upon my retirement, I felt a renewed call to ministry and returned to school, earning a bachelor's degree in Christian ministry from California Christian College. I'm now beginning a new journey in CPE. I am experiencing and expecting transformation as I learn, develop, and discover new perspectives in all aspects of life and relationships. For me, spiritual caregiving is about being present with people in their most vulnerable moments. It is a calling to listen deeply, to see beyond the surface, and to honor the value of every life story. I believe that each person carries their own faiths, questions, and searches for meaning, and my role is not to impose answers, but to walk alongside them with compassion, respect, and love. I offer spiritual care by showing up with an open heart, providing comfort when there is pain, hope when there is uncertainty, and quiet presence when words are not enough. I seek to create a safe space where people can be themselves and share their struggles and find peace in their own way. For me, caregiving is ministry in action. It is meeting people where they are, honoring their journey, and trusting that God is present in every encounter. My prayer is that through my care, others may feel seen, heard, and uplifted. Ministry is the act of serving others. It is not confined to a pulpit, a building, or a title, but flows from a heart that is willing to listen, care, and walk alongside people in their journey. Ministry means being present where people are, whether in joy or sorrow, health or illness, doubt or faith, and reflecting God's compassion, love, and hope in the moments. My ministry is rooted in my relationship with God, with self, with others. It calls me to embody the teachings of Christ by offering encouragement, speaking truth with grace, and extending kindness without judgment. It is about creating space where people feel seen, valued, and reminded of their worth in God's eyes. That is my statement. And notice I said God and Jesus. So I'm not, I don't know if it was supposed to be written in an interfaith way, or is it just my statement?
It's written through your faith, through your
Okay.
experience. So that's fine. So now we're just going to give you some feedback.
Okay, thank you. It's okay that I write as I'm getting the feedback, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
That was very beautiful, Audrey. You had shared a little bit about your faith journey, and I read your faith statement as a chaplain's statement, right? So you would think from you, oh, you embody the philosophy of being a chaplain already. So yeah, it was, I think, very beautiful. And you are just sliding into doing that in chaplaincy, something which you've always done as exhibited in your statement. So I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you, Alice.
Audrey, it was really beautiful. I think you did an amazing first quarter statement. What I especially like, I think, because I've been doing chaplaincy longer than I have CPE, is the longer I do this, the more you just hear the chaplain in a person's voice. And I think what jumped out to me, not just once, but I heard it over and over like a thread in what you were saying, was this idea that no matter where they are, what they're up to, what their state is, I just want to be with them.
Yeah.
It was a very beautiful way to articulate, I think, from you did it kind of with many facets, using many different language elements to say that. But I just affirm you, I affirm your calling, I affirm your courage in coming here, having just finished the first unit.
Thank you.
That's yeah, it can feel like a, what did I open here?
Yes, thank you so much, Kate.
That's beautiful, Andrew. You nail it. You nail it. That's beautiful. You are learning, and your statements say how much you are learning, how much you are embracing that chaplain calling. And it's wonderful to hear do you have a clear statement about what chaplaincy means to you without losing your faith? Because you have the stamp of your faith, Jesus, period. And it's about that, about the way you see your ministry as a chaplain. And you write it down so beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. I appreciate it.
Well done. May we now have your goals?
Yes, okay. I have 3 of them. My first goal, and I can send it immediately to anybody who wants the hard copy, because I know I'm just reading it. My first goal is in category B, awareness of self and others. It's under outcome number 1, self-care. The indicator is 1A6, and it's to demonstrate knowledge of the varieties of self-care and initiate the use of self-care practices. And that became my goal. But what I I didn't know that it was an example goal in the handbook until I pulled it up. So I was able to pull the process right from there because it just fit. I said, why, right? Reinvent this whole thing, because it is truly a struggle for me. And so I know that I'm going to really have to work on this if I'm going to be successful, not just in CPE, but as a chaplain. So my goal is by the end of this CPE unit, I will have identified and begun utilizing at least one self-care option that works well for me personally. The process, research various ways and common options for self-care, reflect on my own personality, choose an option, and try it for at least a week. I want to be intentional about that. And then reflect on the effectiveness of the option I chose, and then repeat it as often as needed. The measure progress, progress will be evident when I consistently remember to engage in self-care methods or exercise at least one time daily or often as needed. Progress will also be evident by a noted increase in my energy and in the peace that I have, particularly after an encounter, an emotional encounter. Goal number 2, category D, spiritual care intervention. Outcome number 1, develop spiritual care relationships. The indicator is IA 12. Demonstrate the ability to represent one's role and function when initiating spiritual care relationship. By the end of this CPE, I will be able to initiate spiritual care relationships with confidence and with the intent to walk alongside the person during the encounter. The process, practice being fully present with the person, offering time, attention, and compassion without distraction. Learn to sit in silence. That's when I say learn, I really pray by the end of this unit, I am comfortable with that. Learn to sit in silence and learn to let the other set the pace. Develop the ability to listen deeply to both spoken words and to unspoken feelings. These are the processes. Sharpen active listening skills, reflecting and clarifying and summarizing, which is a skill I need to practice. Practice asking open-ended questions. And then lastly, grow in awareness of my own emotions and spirituality so that I don't project them onto others. In the measure, this will be evident by my inner awareness of my comfort level as I am engaging in spiritual care. This will be evident by my ability to listen and to ask open-ended questions. Goal number 3. Category E, professional development. Outcome number 1, clinical method of learning. Indicator 1A 17, demonstrate awareness and initiate use of the clinical method of learning, which is action, reflection, and new action. By the end of this CPE, I will improve my professional development by learning and using the clinical method of learning. So the goal is to learn what it is and then begin using it and practicing it. The process, learn to notice verbal and nonverbal, emotional, and spiritual cues. Gather relevant information systematically. So I want to start researching a little bit and digging a little deeper into this. Identify patient needs, physical, emotional, social, and spiritual. I want to learn to distinguish between presenting issues and underlying concerns. I want to cultivate self-awareness regarding my own biases, emotions, and reactions. And then I want to be able to reflect on the encounters to improve future care. And the measure, this will be evident by my regular practice of reflecting on encounters to improve future care. And the reason that's a measure for me, because now I don't really reflect to improve future care. I reflect to judge myself. To my reflection is how did I do? What did I do? I want to get away from that and reflect in a way that is going to improve the way I provide the spiritual care to people. That's it. I just have those three. But I really could have 10 or 20, but I chose those three.
Excellent. You chose three, not just. You have three.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
we're
you.
going to give you some feedback. Thank you.
I like that you start with self-care. I wish I did. When I did my goals in Unit 1, you know. So you started right on with self-care, which is so crucial. And from the units we've learned, and that takes this really shows that you can be a chaplain. You cannot be a a caregiver if you have not taken care of yourself, because you simply cannot give what you don't have. And so beginning with self-care allows you to be able to take care of you so you can take care of others. In that case, be a caregiver. So the care recipients can really have. So I like that. I like that you begin with that. And I also like that you went straight to the core of what chaplaincy is action, reflection, action. That cycle is what you want to begin also with. Also, I think it will be crucial, especially like you as a pastor. I'm saying this in relationship with myself too, where your environment has been ministry, the specific denominational spaces. It's crucial because it allows you now to move beyond that to a clinical method of learning. That's why it's chaplaincy is not church.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying this to you because I said this to me, but I didn't have that goal in the beginning. So in essence, I must say you're beginning with goals I wish I had in the beginning.
Oh, thank
So
you.
so those are fantastic goals because they are really foundational goals to chaplaincy, and you chose those. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
I'm totally agree with Alice. Self-care is so important in this kind of environment. Even Jesus take a nap, put it that way. And you thinking that's so deep. Even Jesus take a nap. And sometimes we forget that. And self-care is important, so important in, in in the chaplaincy world. I can tell you, I have a hard week. It wasn't for the self-care. I was broken by this moment. I have a very, very tough week. I have to console Elise sees 6 patients who's passed away with the whole family and being there comfort them. And 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, in the evening. So young for cancer, for alcohol. I mean, so many things. It wasn't for self-care. I wasn't here in this class today. Self-awareness is another one. I encourage you. Self-care and self-awareness. I mean, and I'm happy for that, as Alice said, because you choose that one, self-care. It's not that you don't care about the others. It's about when you start care about you, you care about others. Sounds backwards, but it's like that. If you don't care about yourself, you don't say that you care about others. Doesn't work that. First you, and then you, then the others. Because if you don't have self-care, you're not gonna have the energy, the passion, the heart, the healthy that you need to support others. And I love that, and I just want to support what Ali said. Well done. Was so beautiful.
Thank you, Alfredo, and thank you both for confirming my choice with self-care. I had an experience this week where I had to respond to a cold blue in ICU, and they were performing CPR and life support measures on a person, and she did not make it. They asked me then to go to where the family was and just kind of sit with them. And it was very taxing. And I found myself afterwards, it was like my brain had just shut down. Like of course, the family was crying and very emotional. Even some of the staff, you could look at them and there's tears in their eyes. I'm feeling myself, like welling up inside. And so the chaplain, my preceptor, he said, okay, I'll go ahead and stay here if you want to go ahead and do your rounds. But I just couldn't go any further. And so thankfully, I had the sense to say, go outside. I just went out to the courtyard and just sat, with myself. And that's when I realized that I just did not have the tools. I mean, thankfully, I removed myself, but I would love for that to be more automatic. Like I would just finish and then immediately go into some self-care thing, because that was a situation that really needed it. Otherwise, I would have just gone on into the next, patient's room. And so when I talked to Chaplain Royce afterwards, and I apologized is what I did, because I went outside. I didn't ask. I didn't, I just went outside for a few minutes, and he too said, no, absolutely, anytime, take a break, drink water, do whatever it is you need to do. So that's when I realized that is really something I need to work on for myself, because otherwise I'm not going to be any good, to that next person if I just continue on. So
And
thank you so much.
I encourage you to do very often, because my mistake was I take care of that and I feel just a little bit warmer up and say, okay, I can do it. Now I don't. As soon as I finish, I go and take a break or go for a walk, and I renew my energy, and then I get come back. And I've been more effective in that way, more, because I'm being in a cold blue also. It's the first cold blue I respond for a NICU, 7 days kid. That was tough. The family, I have to minister the staff, the nurses. I have to call a circle with the nurses, with the doctors, and give to them a 5 minutes of reflection. And after that, I got 30 minutes of. I went to my secret space in the hospital. I lay down on the floor and say, Lord, renew my energy. And that way I can see it. I don't wait anymore to burn myself out. I used to take pauses in the middle of the battle. I can say that. But you're doing good. You're doing really good. It's exactly what you have to do. Take a break, because it's not easy to be in a cold loop.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Audrey, thanks for sharing all of that. I think Alice said it really well when she said that you just chose some core fundamental aspects of what being a chaplain is and just started kind of with those big stones as your foundation. And just listening to you talk now about your experience, I just want to affirm you and your instincts and your heart for all of it. I just hear such a beautiful calling and vocation in your voice as you speak, and the pieces of it come. But it's really beautiful to listen to you talk about how much you care in that space, and for that reason, put in this kind of wrestling. I have one curiosity about your third goal, the action, reflection, new action. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. When I heard you talk about the reflective piece, and again, I'm not looking at the text, so I may have misheard or I may be misremembering this. You talked about having reflected one way before and now hoping to change that style or that pattern of reflection going forward. And I wondered if you could just dig into that a little bit for us, like kind of what's your tendency for self-reflection and how do you see that shift happening? Because as we all know, we would love to magically transform, but sometimes we have to like talk from one thing
Right,
to another.
right.
So I'm curious how you kind of talk yourself through that.
So this is what I'm learning to do. That's why it's a goal. Currently, in my reflection of an encounter or you know, just a conversation, I'm reflecting on how I did. Did I help the person? Did I, you know, did they respond? Did I say something wrong? I'm just constantly I want to say judging myself. I want to get to the point by the end, hopefully, of this particular unit, I will be at a point where I am reflecting on the encounter. Well, like, what is it? Action, reflection, and new action. I want to be able to reflect and then have a new action, and the new action be something that's going to make a future encounter better, not necessarily make me better or, you know, something I do better, but reflect on it so that I can say, you know, the next time, you know, I'm talking with somebody about this, I'm going to say this question, or I'm going to ask like this, you know, that kind of thing, where my next encounter could be better, as opposed to beating myself up, because I feel, and, you know, I'm sure maybe, you know, because this is new. So I'm sure you guys have probably experienced this too, but just being okay. I think I was talking to Don about this earlier, just being okay with being enough, you know, and then the reflection, any of the thing that I reflect on, it'll be, is there something better I could have done and I could do later? But not necessarily, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have looked like that. I want to get away from that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I heard a little bit of that in your talk. And the reason it made me curious is because if we're used to judging ourselves harshly and we want to change that pattern, sometimes it helps us to invite other voices to the conversation. Yes. Because if our habit is to be self-critical, even when we can determine a new action from that, sometimes we just need also to learn that piece that basically says you did the best you could do for where you're at in this season. And sometimes I'm just, and I say it more just, again, I just heard that a little bit in your reflection. And as you wonder, maybe it's worth wondering how to observe when you're hard on yourself and how to kind of invite space for maybe that wrestling piece. That's just a thought.
Yes, I love that. Yes. I love that idea. I'm going to update.
Excellent feedback. Excellent feedback. Good job, Audrey. I want to note you wrote in goals 1 and 2 the desire to listen deeply. You embodied in your description in goal 3 listening deeply. So there's this powerful theme, and in your goals about listening deeply. And I think that's just important to keep before you. And for the self-care, that language of, I want to repeat it as often as needed. I want to invite you to be curious about how you define when it's needed,
Yeah.
because that's critical to
Yes.
self-cares, as Alfredo described it, renewing versus self-care where you have to revive yourself from exhaustion. So invite you to that. Excellent. Well done. Exhale.
Thank
You
you.
survived.
Thank
And
you. Thank you.
then you got great feedback. And I'm gonna move forward on our first didactic without taking a break. And then we'll go into an opportunity for Audrey to begin her goals with our self-care practice session. Okay. So the first didactic, Audrey, is on the clinical method of learning. The clinical method of learning. And it's really a very simple didactic, everybody.
Donna, may I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Are you going to send this to us, or should we try to take notes as you go?
You can always know that I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes. So this clinical method of learning by doing, by reflecting and integrating. So this is the image. It can
That
feel
is
like
just
this.
amazing to me. That is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. This is just amazing that my goal of self-care and my need, and we open up with the exercise from Alice and just grounding me. And then here, the method of learning is the didactic tonight. I mean, I'm sorry.
No, hey, I hope you keep this passion all the way
All
to
the
the end.
stars are just lining up like everything. I
So
just love it.
good. So this clinical method of learning can often feel like you are just jumping off a cliff. There's nobody around, you ain't got no support, you just got to leap in and do it. You don't have on a life jacket, you don't have on anything, but you just leap out because, as you've noted, the clinical method of learning begins with action, and then the reflection, and then the feedback. Key piece that we sometimes don't name, but we do, is the integration. So I got your feedback. Now, how am I integrate it? And then what will be my new action? So I want to ask you, let's talk about what you know about the clinical method of learning, the magical leap of faith off into your first spiritual care encounter. What do we know about the clinical method of learning?
Everybody learns, and putting a concrete framework around it in this clinical language helps us hone our learning and refine it, I might say, in ways that create extra awareness.
Yes, well said.
I must say that having come from somebody who did the agile framework, clinical method of learning was helped me to understand it better. That you do something, but you have to do a retrospective of what was done, what went well, that language went well, what did not, through feedback loop. That you get this feedback loop that allows you to now use retrospective and to see it and then go back and do that integration, that is always that continuous integration, continuous development. That is a cycle of we all will develop and learn and develop. And there's no stage at which one say, I have arrived. In the world, they use the word I have arrived, but as chaplains, we have never arrived because we will always have that cycle of continuous improvement, continuous development through this constant feedback loop that our colleagues give us.
Well said. Alfredo, you want to add anything to this conversation, what we know about the clinical method of learning?
For me, it's simple. It's learning through direct experience with real people in the life, reflecting on feedbacks from you guys, from supervisors. But for me, the method of learning is that with the real people and real life, those experience, reflecting on those ones and learn from those ones. There's nothing that we can learn maybe on books. For me, it's a real life thing. That's what I know about learning, about that process.
Excellent, excellent. So that captures it, I think, very well. And I will share these little slides, but it's really everything you've already just covered about the clinical method of learning, and that image sort of normalizing because you're doing before you really fully know how to do it. And then we're going to talk about it and we're going to ask you to go back and do it differently. So just normalize that feeling of you just threw me in there. These pastoral or spiritual care encounters with whomever the spiritual care receiver is, you are basing it on your lived experience because we don't give you a handout. Go in and do the following. Although you do get a lot of information, but still you take that leap. It's important, as was already pointed out, that there is written and verbal reflection. It's not enough to just think about it. It's not enough to just write about it. You want to do both. And again, I'm going to send these to you. Alfredo just talked about that feedback from the peers is important. And Alice mentioned that integration. Realizing that integration, I'm going to try to move this off my screen so I can see it. The integration is a big part of you forming your spiritual care identity. So that statement you lifted today, you will keep refining it because you're going to keep adding to it as you add and integrate the feedback that you get. That's the clinical method of learning. Why does it matter? Because it moves us beyond theory to lived practice. Alice, when I listen to your language appropriate for just starting out, you are focused on task. What do I do? How did I do what I did? Did I do it well? A lot of doing. So you're going to move beyond this focus on doing into sort of lived practice, which will embody what you identified. Listening deeply, which sometimes doesn't mean doing anything other than listening, right? So you move from beyond theory to lived practice, which is kind of the opposite of much of Western education. You develop your self-awareness and your pastoral presence. Actually, it encourages risk-taking because we're going to be curious about something you did. We'll ask you about it. You'll talk about it. And then we'll invite you to try something different, or you'll be inspired to try something different. And this is the safe environment to try that. And so I may even say, well, let's role play it. You wish you had told the patient, shut up. You really wish you had said that? Well, let's try it. Let's do a role play right now. I'm going to be the patient. You tell me to shut up and let's see how it goes. Because it's a safe environment to try new things. Of course, that's an extreme example. The other part about this clinical method of learning is we're connecting theology, psychology, and clinical practice, and we do not have a PhD in any of them. but we are blending them together at an experiential level, both theology, psychology, and that clinical practice. It models reflective practice, which I think is critical for being humane. You don't just do, you think about what you're doing, you're reflective. It creates safe space for vulnerability, and our role here as mutual teachers, we're all teachers, we're all students. Our feedback is constructive and formative. It's never merely critical. It's constructive and formative. And we know the more constructive, the more formative, the more helpful it can be for the receiver. We know that. And it helps us connect our practice with our theory. Because sometimes we know the theory, but how do I connect it with my praxis? Which is your question about, so I'm going to do something different next time. And we're going to all together help one another make those connections. So at the end of this, I share with you the particular learning outcomes and indicators that specifically in this reflection connect to the clinical method of learning. I think it is important to say that this is, as was noted, a cycle that's ongoing. Action, reflection, new action. That's it. That's the clinical method of learning. We're being equipped as students. We're becoming disciplined in our reflective practice. We share, so we're becoming accountable for integrating all the things that we're doing. So that's it. That's the clinical method of learning. The clinical method of learning, CML. Any questions, because you have a room full of experts? Any questions, Audrey or anyone else, or comments that you want to add? Again, I will send this to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think the piece that I was missing was that integration. And when Kate asked the question, like, what did that mean? And what did it look? That was the piece that I was missing. So I look forward to learning that and practicing that. And now I can see how it will change my, what I do in the future because of the integration portion of it. Yeah.
Awesome. Good, very good.
And yes, I also feel like that person jumping off the without anything.
Right. We can at least give you a life jacket. Nope. Just go in there.
I want to just say thank you for acknowledging that and for saying it, because I know the other three probably know, but I probably would not have shared that feeling. But I was really feeling like that, and I feel so much better now. Just after these, has it been 2 hours, hour and a half of
I hope
this?
you keep this all the way through the evening. May it never fade. Very good. Anything else you want to add to the clinical method of learning that we so love?
I have a question. I think it might be a really broad question in terms of the structure from level 1 to 3. Level 1 to 4. No, 1 A and B. Anyway, if it is so centered on the critical method of learning, which by default is really based on not just articulating stuff, it's based on demonstrating it, which allows for that feedback loop to happen. Why then is this unit structure that like Audrey doesn't need demonstration at this level is articulate. The language used for her is articulate. But CML requires more than articulation.
Yes and no.
Okay.
Because we're on a journey. So you can imagine that certainly I might, not necessarily, but I might begin with just articulating what CML is. I might begin there. even though I actually might have begun by doing it, but I didn't know it. So now I can articulate, oh, that's what I was doing. When I went in the room, I visited the patient and I came out and I said, well, how did I do? That's to my preceptor who said, well, you did well. Maybe you next time you'll do this or da 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 da, right? So there's a way in which articulate that's what I'm doing when I do that reflection is an important part of the foundation. But it's one of those bricks that can come at any time. So level 1, you articulate it. Level 2, you really begin to demonstrate it. Level 1A, 1B, you really begin to demonstrate it. 2A, you're doing it in the moment and you know it. And 2B, you're actually doing it in the moment and you're assessing the effectiveness of what you're doing. So it's this progressive learning, which is also a foundation of the CPE process, that our learning is progressive and we build. And the beauty of us all being at different places in this group is how we enter the conversation with our feedback. I hope that helps. Great question. It is a level 2A question. Because if you can recall in 1A, it was this clinical method of learning is much ado about nothing. You just want me to do it and say I did it? That's kind of your initial response that I remember for clinical method of learning. You are not there. So thank you. And I honor and celebrate where you are right now. It was in the category of busy work. That's Alice's words, not mine. Very good.
I confess there's it's like too many assignments, so it's like busy work, But now I see how they connect.
Yeah. And because you see that, I would use the language because you understand that, it informs your feedback and you help us grow. Excellent.
I must say my student used that word to me, that I give them too much busy work. So I come and use it as CPE. So
I will admit the first time she used it, it felt like a sword. I was like, ooh. Excellent. All right. If something else comes up, we'll feel free to add it, but consider the didactic or clinical method of learning complete. And we're now going to transition to what is described in your syllabus as this spiritual care practice session. So if you have not, please do read the full description in your syllabus. It would be a good first practice to read the full description so you understand this educational tool. Would someone just take a couple of minutes and tell us what this self-care practice session is about? I just said it wrong. Self-care education and practice session. I named it terribly, but self-care education and practice session. Someone take a few minutes to tell us what it is, and then that's what we're going to break to do. I'm not counting on Kate. I'm counting on Alfredo and Alice, who have uniquely been through this for a unit. So let me just make that clear. One of the two of you better get to talking. What is what we're about to do, our self-care education and practice session, in your own words?
Okay, just take time to do something, okay, who take you to the safest space, okay, where you can renew your energy, find out something that you love, okay, and bring comfort to you, because those moments you're gonna need it as a self-care when you are in the field. This is like a practice to find out to look around, to search for something that brings us comfort in the middle of the stress and the hard times. And for me, it's those 30 minutes is for that, to search for things that help me to uh, have a care for myself.
Excellent. Excellent. You want to add anything to that, Alice? Well said, Alfredo.
I could actually add, if I can add just a word, is it's what we do, but becomes experiential as the experiential component of um, the our the educational experiences we are having in the sessions. And again, it's basically, to me, it is embodying during a set moment what the whole ethos of the CPE educational experience in the classroom is doing. But
Very
now we go and embody it in different ways.
excellent.
Yeah.
So it is its own clinical method of learning, and you do get to share at your mid-unit evaluation, your final evaluation, and anytime you want throughout the unit during IPG. I would tease Alfredo and say, or PIG. We get to share it. And we can share what worked and what didn't. And when I hear what other people did, I might learn something that I had never considered as an important spiritual care practice. Okay, if there's nothing else to add, then we will take 30 minutes. I will see you at 7:52. Fredo, I tried something different on my break. I tried the practice of playing with my dog. I don't like it. You're on mute, but I do see your dog moving back and forth. You're on mute. Yeah, you're on mute. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. So we're going to try another didactic, and we'll have some discussion, and I'll put the key terms in the chat so we can have them before us when we have our discussion. I want to begin with asking you, what do you know about conscious competence and learning? Have you heard of that learning model, conscious competence? I can see you haven't. When I finish, you will realize, yes, you have. Let me let me just go through it. I just have a few slides, and I'm gonna go through it, and then we'll have opportunity for dialogue. And please feel free to unmute yourself and ask me a question if you have one. So this is the conscious competence model. So great to have on the heels of our conversation about the clinical method of learning. So the conscious competent model comes from the work of Noel Birch at Gordon Training International. It's a leadership training institute. It comes out of the 70s, and it describes the stages people go through, particularly adults, when learning a new skill, that moving from not knowing to mastery. So it just describes the stages, and there's fluidity in the stages. We repeat and can go back and forth. It's largely used in education. It's widely applied in professional training. It helps learners normalize the discomfort of being in a process, which can be so helpful. For chaplaincy, it normalizes why growth in our pastoral or spiritual care identity and the skills that we're acquiring, why it feels awkward at first, why it may even be frustrating at first, but then it gets easier with practice. So there are 4 stages of the conscious competence model. Stage number 1 is unconscious incompetence. I don't know what I don't know. I'm unconscious of my incompetence. Again, I'm going to share this with you, so just feel free to listen. So the example is a chaplain student may not realize that their discomfort with silence is cutting off the care receiver's sharing. They're uncomfortable with silence, so they keep jumping in, not realizing it's cutting off the care receiver's ability to share. You're unconscious that you are incompetent. Okay. This is the model, by the way, that most often you people share, and I included in the presentation so you have it, but it's not the model I'm going to focus on tonight. But I just include it because it's the one you'll often see. Stage 2, if you will, or another stage, is conscious incompetence, where now I know what I don't know. So I notice the awkwardness. I recognize something is wrong here. I'm becoming conscious. I don't know what I'm doing, and I know I don't know what I'm doing. The third stage, again, there's fluidity. We move in and out of this. It's a dynamic process where I might say, I can do it, but I got to think about it. I can't, I have to think about it. So the student intentionally pauses and uses active listening skills, but it feels effortful, awkward, difficult. I can do it, but I really got to think about it. I thought to think about riding a bike. I can do it, but I keep looking at the pedals and watching my handlebars and looking at the pedals, right? I can do it, but I got to think about it. And then our final stage is unconscious competence, second nature. I'm listening with presence. It flows naturally. I don't even have to think about the fact that I'm about to ask an open-ended question. I just do it. It's sort of second nature. So this is the diagram that I prefer. It's this changing knowledge that occurs, going from ignorance to competence. So again, I might start out with unconscious incompetence. It's bliss. I don't know what I don't know. Here it's called naive. Then I have a discovery. It could be feedback, coming from my clinical method of learning process. It could be feedback from the spiritual care receiver. And suddenly I become conscious, oh my goodness, I was incompetent. I can get discouragement when I move into this conscious incompetence. I can get discouraged. I can get frustrated. I can want to give up. I can have feelings of embarrassment because now I'm aware I don't know what I'm doing. But then I have hopefully some learning. Okay, I didn't know what I was doing. Now I'm learning how to do it. I become competent, conscious and competent. There's effort required. I might need ongoing tutelage and mentorship and repeated feedback, but I'm no longer incompetent. I'm becoming competent. I'm less uneasy. I continue to practice it until eventually it becomes second nature. And once again, I'm unconscious of my competence. I'm sort of in that mature place of my practice. It all revolves around this reflective competence. When I looked at this slide, I said, I'm incompetent in inserting images into PowerPoint without distorting the sharpness of the image. So I'm conscious that I'm incompetent in this. So I'm going to learn how to do it, and I'm going to move from conscious competence until it becomes second nature. When I put together a PowerPoint and I insert an image, I don't distort it because I learned that skill. But right now, all I am is looking at this is I feel all the feelings of being conscious that I'm incompetent in doing this particular skill. It's a reflective process, reflecting on my competence. So that's the journey. That's all I'm going to share with you. I have some reflection questions that we might want to prompt with those and think about them. I'm going to close the share. Again, the common image that you will see is this one. But I prefer, as I said, this other one because it sort of celebrates the overall process. Let me open up the chat and see if I can insert both the stages, because once you've heard them described, they make sense, but it's still new to us. So, and I'll put the prompts in there. Sorry that. So this is just the rhythm of learning, especially in chaplaincy, when we are engaged in this clinical method of learning. And some of the reflection prompts. Which stage resonates with you in this moment of your chaplaincy learning? When have you noticed yourself moving back and forth between these stages? Lord knows yeah. What spiritual practices help you stay steady when you feel stuck in conscious incompetence? And again, there's the categories for you: unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence. We will get there to unconscious competence. Fleeting moments, but we'll get there. So talk to me. You don't have to respond to the prompts, but you might want to. Let's share what we know about this rhythm of learning in chaplains.
May I ask a question? So,
No.
I'm thinking about what you said in these kind of large buckets and how this plays out in my life is sometimes I'm unconsciously competent at one thing, and right next to it is something I'm completely incompetent at or still learning. So when we're just thinking about this in life, kind of how big's the bucket? Like, how are we thinking about this?
I love that. How big's the bucket? It's big, and I think we're moving through those stages all the time. Yeah. Any additional feedback for Kate? That's a great question.
for me, the question, that first question, where are you in stage and in chaplaincy? Earlier this week, I want to say I was definitely in the beginning, the unconscious income of I just didn't know. Not just earlier this week, I want to say last week, since the beginning, um, it's just so much more to the program than I knew what I was getting into. So I was in this stage of the unconscious incompetence, and it was getting a little scary, making me kind of doubting it. Do I really want to do this? However, I find myself, the more well, first of all, the just being in the group and the feedback, getting the feedback from people and being able to talk um, and learn that what I'm feeling is normal. I find myself moving into the next phase, which is the conscious incompetence. And I actually, part of my self-care, I journaled, and I actually wrote about that. I feel, so much better now, knowing that I don't know, being okay that I don't know, because I'm in a situation where I'm learning, I'm being taught, and I'm going to learn. And so it just kind of helps me to just embrace the journey as opposed to being intimidated and worrying about it. So I think I'm moving into stage 2, just kind of going back and forth between 1 and 2.
Yeah. And you've identified that journaling helps you in that awkward stage when we become conscious that we are incompetent. Journaling helps you get all right
Yes.
with being incompetent, which sounds strange. But that's the big bucket, Kate. It's all right to be incompetent. Put that on a bumper sticker.
I want to say that I really I like this your circle that has the reflective competence, because even with there's no space, I think there's no stage at which we can say we have arrived. Just like Kate is saying, that you can be competent in one thing and incompetent in another. So that's why it shows the loop. You can move from one stage to another. You can be even in the reflective competent space. But the fact of it being reflective, for me, that is what is key, is that you are competent, but you are constantly reflecting on it. And the fact of reflecting on it means we will follow the clinical cycle, action, reflection, action, which keeps us constantly reflecting on what we have, self-awareness, and the ability to say that I will never arrive as a chaplain, but I'm aware of my limitations, and I'm very, very, I reflect on my limitations, and I know at what point I should humbly acknowledge I do not know, and that I am incompetent in this. And that will lead me to that cycle again of moving around those competencies, right? So to me, I'm very aware, it's like the areas that I'm just not competent in, but there are areas which they are my strength, right? So in that one, I can say, oh, gee, it's secondhand, I know that, but 80% other area I'm not. So, Kate, like you rightly say, we are always, yes, we we have competency. We come from the point we are consciously competent in one area, and me consciously incompetent in other area. And I'm glad to be in that space, because it allows for growth. Because when you don't reach that reflective competency place where you constantly say, okay, I'm good at this, but what is it? How and why and how did I reach here? And what can I do better? Right? lifelong. It's a lifelong cycle of looping from one space to another. And it's a good thing for me. No.
I believe I am walking and learning in the fourth stage because I learned that sometimes when I enter into the room and I see like a person crying, I feel myself not worry about what to say. I just can get a tissue and give it to her and still quiet. I'm not worried about that. Do the right thing. I'm willing just simply to be there. And as I see the steps and the way you are teaching us, I find myself in the area. When I give it to the people the space to cry, when I have to give it to them the space, safe, like for example, they call me at 2 o'clock in the morning to support a family, the person just passed away. I was talking with the dad, and he told me, my wife is coming. When the wife came, start crying, and I find that they needed a space to cry as a family, and I step myself out to the room and let them just grieve the passions. And when I discern the moment, I come back to the room and I follow the conversation with them. And with that knowing, okay, now I see I think I'm walking, learning, start walking in the four unconscious competence stage. As I share this
Yeah,
morning to you, uh,
right.
uh, Reverend Donna, I'm learning to be quiet, to be present, the beautiful of silence. And I'm not being worried anymore about what I have to say.
Right,
Sometimes just drink a glass of water is enough.
right. So you're practicing this consciousness that you have now. It's not quite second nature because you're aware, but you're
Exactly.
practicing. Yes.
Yes.
That's excellent. Does anybody get frustrated or is it just me in the conscious incompetence stage?
It's the worst.
Very.
Yeah. I want to put the bucket on my head, Kate.
You know, I can tell you this is don't push yourself. You're gonna growing. Okay? I remember one of the chaplains, Dan, say just trust in the process.
Yes.
It's all I did it, just trust in the process. And now I find myself in that position because I trust in the process, not in myself. And I finally understand I don't have to have the right thing to say or to do.
Right. Alfredo, the first time someone told you to trust in the process after you had done something incorrect, were those words comforting?
You know what? I don't understand him in that moment. I don't know
Oh,
what that means.
yeah, that's right.
I don't
Right.
know. Say okay, uh, just in the process. And I'm being focused on my second unit. And he said a lot of things, but I'm being focused on what I have to learn in the
What do I
second.
have to do?
I'm not worried about the third unit or the fourth unit or what he say to us. Kate was in the same class with me second. And Now I find myself in that stage. And I say, wow, I'm growing. I'm going to help myself.
We're learning. Yeah.
Yeah. And it wasn't hard. And
Oh,
for me,
okay.
was natural when you believe in the process. You're going to growing. It's because the process is like the water in the flower. The water made the flower growing. The flower doesn't have to do nothing, just follow the process. It's the
Spoken like a
beauty of
person
this.
in the fourth unit. Yes, beautiful. That's so beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
I must say it was very frustrating for me, really frustrating, because I had done mentorship for so long. Then you get to this space where you realize, oh, gee, I don't know. And it's very humbling, really very humbling. But without that stage, really, you cannot grow. You cannot allow transformation to happen, but it's gruesome. And that's why a lot of folks, as I share with Donna, that I have colleagues who have done chaplaincy and tell you they run away from it so fast because it's like chaplaincy is teaching you new skills you think you knew, but you now realize I did not know and I don't know. You are so incompetent. You realize I really do not know. Is that for me? It's like, yeah, it's really a humbling time, but not knowing when we move from the stage, you say, not knowing is part of life and it opens the door to become a better person. So how can I see it in a positive way? And the moment the heart allows that to be true, then it becomes okay to say, okay, I'm getting a verbatim. I'm going to hear A, B, C, D, and and it's going to get to me. But that getting to me is to wake up awareness to say, okay, how can I do better? But trust me, at some point, I'm like this CPE thing, you know. I have 3 colleagues who ran away. They took the first unit and never returned because of that.
I think you're so right. There's so much about this that just is acutely painful to each of us in the moment. When our focus is the moment, or really even like the week or the session or the quarter, it's like, oh, it just feels like such a, I don't know, like a more of a volatile thing. But what I've noticed over time, and again, I add a little bit of a chaplaincy lens into here because this is only my second unit of CPE. But in my field, unlike hospital settings, I get to spend longer with some people. Some people are just in jail longer, so I see them more than once. And one of the things that's kind of helped shape my perspective is when I see someone and then a long time later I see them and they'll mention something like, oh, you were really kind that day or something. And here I was like, oh, I didn't get the language. I suck at CPE. And somehow in all of that muck, something was communicated that's carried forward to a later time, which helps me to give grace to me and also to remember trust the process is kind of a slogan. Some days I accept it, some days I reject it, depending on my mood. But you actually see the process unfold in ways that help you be tender towards yourself and tender towards what you're trying to do, the people that you're trying to serve. So I just add that perspective because we have different kinds of hard in our jobs, but that is, I've found one gift of working with corrections.
Yeah, that you saying that correction would be the ideal place to work.
100%. You all should come over to this side of the fence. And I mean that literally.
Go, Alice, go.
Kate is the right person for that. I'm not. Mm.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. So we only have one more didactic. Hang in there. We're going to jump into the next didactic. If something comes up to you again about this rhythm of learning, conscious incompetence, all of that, feel free to bring it up. I'm going to have repetition in this one because I think, but I begin by asking the question, what do you know about that big five personality trait? You got, okay, so heads are shaking. You got an older personality trait format that Joseph took everyone through, where you were standing and all of that. And just a brief reminder, the personality traits first help us understand ourselves, but then we can also use them to potentially discern something about our spiritual care receiver, but we hold it loosely. So I'm going to go without a break, just jump into this next didactic. And I need you to tell me if you can hear. So the personality trait that we're going to talk about is the big five, and it's also sometimes called the ocean. And we'll start with this short video, and then I'm going to repeat it, and I'm going to share all of this with you. So feel free to just listen. I lost you. Let me remember what I learned, how to keep you. Oh, I'm getting so much better at this. I'm just affirming myself as I move through my stages of competence. Thank you. Now, I do need to know if you can hear, so let me again, and we're going to have repetition. Let me know if you can hear this little video, and you'll have the link.
Hey, Psych2Goers. Would you know where to
Can you hear
start
it?
if someone asked you to describe yourself?
So I asked you, could you hear it? I don't think you could you?
We can hear it, but
Yes,
we
I
can't
can hear
see
it.
anything.
I
Say
can
that.
hear it.
You can. Okay. So I'll start it over. Make it full screen.
Hey, Psych2Goers. Would you know where to start if someone asked you to describe yourself? Personality is complicated, but fortunately, psychologists have come up with 5 key factors to assess it. OCEAN is an acronym relating to a person's openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism, respectively. To better understand what OCEAN is and to see where you fall under each category, let's explore the 5 big personality traits and signs that you score high or low in each area. Let's begin. O. Openness. Are you a creative person? Do you like to adventure out of your comfort zone and have new experiences? These are just a few traits in people with high levels of openness. Generally, people who are open are just that. They're open to new ideas and like to explore creatively. If you're not a very open person, you may find you're more traditional, liking concrete facts over abstract ideas, and you like things to stay the way they are. Here are a few signs of high openness. You prefer and embrace abstract concepts and thinking. You enjoy creative endeavors and innovation. You enjoy new activities and hobbies. And here are a few signs of low openness. You're a concrete thinker that prefers solid facts over more free-form ideas. You prefer tradition and keeping things the same. You're rigid in routine and practices. Up next is C, conscientiousness. Are you someone who is highly organized and goal-oriented and always on your game and prepared to take on challenges? These are all indications of a high level of conscientiousness. Conscientious people have a good sense of control over themselves and their surroundings, and they make sure to have a plan for what they may face. People who are less conscientious may be more unstructured, disorganized, and tend to procrastinate. Here are a few signs of high conscientiousness. You're schedule-oriented and goal-focused. You have an eye for detail and take care of the small stuff. You plan for your future and are ready to take on challenges. And here are a few signs of low conscientiousness. You're disorganized and cluttered. You're careless and impulsive. You leave things until the last minute. E is for extroversion. Do you find yourself more stimulated by social situations? And do you enjoy conversation and having a giant circle of people near you? These are signs of extroversion. Extroverted people are energized by socialization and are happy to go out. People low in this trait are more reserved, prefer their own company or smaller parties, and may be more thoughtful in what they say and do. Here are a few signs of high extroversion. You enjoy being the center of attention. You're people-oriented in almost every situation. You speak before thinking. And here are a few signs of low extroversion. You prefer solitude. You're drained by socialization. You're careful with words and think before speaking. A. Agreeableness. How are you with other people? Do you find it easy to connect with others and share with them? Do you enjoy helping and caring for others? These are attributes of people with high levels of agreeableness. While they don't have to be the most extroverted, they do find value in others and want to connect with them. People low in agreeableness tend to be more competitive, blunt, and opinionated. Here are a few signs of high agreeableness. You enjoy creating connections with others. You're empathetic and compassionate to other people's needs. You contribute to the community. And here are a few signs of low agreeableness. You're callous towards others. You're bitter and antisocial. You manipulate others to meet your own needs. And finally, N, neuroticism. How would you describe yourself emotionally? Are you someone who tends to worry a lot and has difficulties dealing with stress? These are indicators of high levels of neuroticism. People high in this trait may be more sensitive and need support in hard times. Those low in this trait tend to be more relaxed, resilient, and collected. Here are a few signs of high neuroticism. You're moody and emotional. You have low tolerance to stress. You're always on high alert. And here are a few signs of low neuroticism. You're calm and collected, even under stress. You're easygoing. You're mentally and emotionally stable. Personality is complex. However, an acronym like OCEAN is a great way to start. How would you assess yourself? What areas do you rank high or low in? Each person is unique and answers can vary, but let us know your thoughts in the comment section. And
So it's just, let me stop it real quick. Part of what I think is so helpful about that is the high and low, even though we're looking at 5 traits. Oh, we can hear it, but we can't see any video. Did that remain the case throughout, that you could hear it, but you couldn't see the video? That would have been a great time to unmute and tell me so that you could see the video. But the link will be in the PowerPoint because it's about 5 minutes. So I'm looking at the time. I'm not going to go back. I'm so sorry to hear that. So yeah, unmute for something like that. I'm glad you could hear it because the jazz was nice, but unmute and tell me, hey, we can hear it, but we can't see the images. So let me try going through the categories and see if we can recover some of what was not, you weren't able to capture. Let's see if I can pivot a little. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
I thank you. Appreciate it. So it comes out of the mid-20th century, so it's far more of a modern tool. The way it was done is psychologists analyzed thousands of words that people use to describe personality, with understanding that if when they looked at all those words, is they began to see them coalesce in little clusters, and it became consistent across studies And so they created this thing called the lexical hypothesis, which is basically this. This is a simple version of what it is. All the most important and universal personality traits will eventually become encoded in the natural language people use to describe each other. So we do this uncoding, and the psychologists simply studied it. And what was discovered out of these thousands of adjectives were these clusters of ways in which people describe people. So the basic assumption was if a quality is socially significant, people will create a word for it. And they did. And there were clusters of words that came together. So they analyzed these adjectives, they looked for patterns, they looked for the clusters, and they would notice things, for example, like someone who's talkative, who's outgoing, who's sociable, usually got clustered into what they called an extroversion dimension. So the E of ocean. And they did this over and over again and came up with 5 big clusters. That's why it's called the Big Five. 5 clusters where all of these adjectives come together. Now, why I think this matters for us as chaplains is that the Big Five weren't just invented by psychologists, but emerged from everyday human language and cross-cultural patterns. And it emphasizes that personality traits are socially meaningful, socially observable, and the very things that chaplains notice within themselves first and in spiritual care receivers. So we don't have to have a PhD in personality trait or expert knowledge in personality traits to begin to observe them and potentially allow that information to give us some self-awareness and some potential insights on our spiritual care receiver. So again, this is from the 1980s and the 1990s, and I'm going to go through the categories again very quickly. So 1O is for openness. So are you openness to experience different things? Are you curious? Are you imaginative? Are you open to new ideas and experiences? These people are people that are high in openness, because you could be high in a trait or low in a trait. People who are high in openness tend to enjoy art, creativity, and trying new things. Someone who's low in openness prefers routine, practicality, familiarity. Okay, so that's the personality trait of openness. Conscientiousness. So these tends to be people who are organized. If you're high in conscientiousness, dependable, disciplined, you're goal-oriented. The conscientious people like to plan ahead and follow through with their responsibilities. They tend to have the neat and organized office as opposed to a lot of clutter. The opposite, which could be somebody very low in conscientiousness, they're easygoing, they're spontaneous, they're even careless with details because they're not focused on details. Extroversion, outgoing, energetic, talkative, social. Extroverts gain energy from being around people and engaging in activities. The opposite is the introversion, or someone who's very low in extroversion, reserved, quiet, reflective, and more comfortable in smaller groups or just being alone. And again, there are variations within. Agreeableness, so compassionate, cooperative, empathetic, kind. High agreeableness is about getting along with others and valuing harmony. That's high agreeableness. Sort of the opposite of that are someone who is low in agreeableness. They're going to be more competitive. They're going to be skeptical. They're even going to be antagonistic. And then that final trait in neuroticism, it's not diagnostic, it's descriptive, it's the adjective neuroticism. Tendency towards anxiety, can be moody or have mood swings, a lot of self-doubt, emotionally reactivity is high. Sensitivity to stress. In the video, it says you have a low threshold for tolerating threats. So a low neuroticism is emotionally stable person. They're calm, they're resilient, they're less easily upset by circumstances. So those are the 5 personality traits: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Again, observing these things within ourselves and within others. So I have this chart that's completely filled out at the end, and I'm going to, in the interest of time, jump to the end. But it's basically saying what a person might say if they're having openness is they might say, I love trying new things and exploring new ideas. Sort of reminds you of Dora the Explorer. What a chaplain might ask to discern this trait in a person might be, what's something new you've tried lately? How did it feel? It might have felt horrible. So you say, oh, they might be low on openness. So I might not try to introduce to them a new practice. I might ask them, what are some of your spiritual care rituals that are helpful, and do something they're familiar with. Conscientiousness. They might say something like, I like keeping things neat. I like finishing my work. And the chaplain discerning, is this a high conscientiousness person or low? Do you feel proud when you complete a task? This would be T'Challa out of Black Panther, very conscientious about caring for the community and protecting them. And the person could respond, yeah, I do. I get a lot of pride out of finishing a task. You say, okay, this is a high conscientious person. What kind of structure might I bring to this scenario? Extroversion. I feel happy when I'm with my friends and talking. That might be something they say. When are you happiest? When I'm with my friends and talking. Where do you feel most alive? Alone or with others? And it helps you know if they're high extroversion, bring on the friends. Or if they're low, small group. So that's SpongeBob is high extroversion. Agreeableness. I want everyone to get along and be happy. So they that's their trait. They desire sort of things to be such that everyone is in harmony. And you might ask, how do you show kindness when someone is upset? A person who's high in agreeableness might talk about what they would do to satisfy that other person with great ease because they like harmony where everyone's happy and getting along. Sort of like Olaf in the movie Frozen. And then again, neuroticism, it's just descriptive. I get nervous easily and I worry about things. I'm worried about my children. I'm worried about the hospital bill. I'm worried about when I get released. I'm worried about what's going to happen tomorrow, etc. What helps you feel calm when you're worried? So the chaplain might discern this is a high neuroticism person. What helps them feel calm? I'm not going to introduce something new. I want to know what works for them. So that's like Piglet in Winnie the Pooh. So you have the chart filled out. I'm going to read one characteristic and then invite us to have some conversation. So if you happen to be this openness to experience person, my interventions as a chaplain, I might invite them into storytelling. I might invite them into poetry. I might use metaphor as they're processing meaning. If they're open, a person who's high in openness to experience, I might offer a guided imagery. I'm not going to do that if that's not something they've ever done and they're low in openness, right? I might invite them to meditation or visualization in prayer. Explore art, music, or nature as sources of spiritual connection when there's somebody who's open to new experiences. Someone who isn't, these interventions will not be helpful. I want to pose open-ended questions. You say, yeah, we want to do that with everyone. You're right. A person who's open to new experiences, those open-ended questions can help spark reflection. Someone who isn't, the open-ended questions might actually spark anxiety. So I want to be mindful of that. So I might ask somebody it demonstrates a lot of openness, what images of hope speak to you right now? And they might take that and go share all kinds of insight. But someone who's low on openness may be frustrated by trying to think of images of hope. So for that person, I might just say, what's giving you hope right now? Because they're not open on a high on the openness scale. So I'm not going to try to invite them into this metaphorical or poetic thinking. But for someone who's very open to experiences, they love that and they'll run with it. So for each of these in your slides, I go through each of the traits, conscientiousness, again, describing what it is, and then talk about interventions. All of the interventions that are here could be used in any care scenario with anyone, right? There's obviously overlap, but the beauty of kind of knowing who you are is that it can help you figure out how your self-care is needed. I know I'm an introvert. So when I do extrovert things, whatever it might be, whether I feel it or not, I know I need to go practice some self-care. Because if not, my next interaction with people, I'm going to come off aloof, short, sarcastic, likely to do harm with my words. I'm not going to be affirming. I'm not going to even be very tolerant. I'm going to be judgmental. Not because I'm all those things, but because I'm an introvert. If I've given extrovert energy, I have to renew, or I know from practice and reflection, I come across in that very unhelpful way. So the big five helps you figure out, hey, when I'm high or low, maybe when I'm low on being an open person, low in that openness category, it could be because I'm tired. So I'm not open to new ideas now. What do we, one of the things that often triggers me when I'm been in an extrovert space and I haven't renewed is when I'm with family and I say, okay, look, dinner hasn't been made. What do we have for dinner? And when the response is, whatever you want. And then I say, okay, I'm gonna make a salad and we're just gonna have salad. Now, well, I don't think I want a salad. I asked you, what do you want? And you said whatever I want. And I know it's because I've depleted my extrovert energy and my tolerance for stress has been depleted. So I realized, okay, this isn't going to work. Let me ask the question another way. What do you want me to cook? Just tell me what you want me to cook, right? Because I'm aware of that. So that's what these big five traits can do. Again, I'm going to give you the handout. You'll have that in front of you and an opportunity to practice applying them when you do the movies. And you can begin to think for yourself, what if any of these traits sort of resonate with you, high or low? And you'll have an opportunity to look at the film and hear that repetition of it. And it's really helpful because when you look at the video, you can pause it after one of the traits is described. Are you disorganized? Do you procrastinate? Or do you like to get things done in advance? For all of you, I've already experienced aspects of these big five in each of you. All of you cover all five of these traits, right? And that's helpful for me as an educator because I want to be sensitive in my educational interventions to something I've observed in your trait. Alfredo, may I use you as an example as my senior CPE student?
Yes.
Thank you. I've observed that Alfredo likes to get things done in advance. He does not like things done at the last minute. I've observed when things come up at the last minute for him, it increases his experience of stress and decreases his ability to endure it. So I'm aware when I'm in an education place with Alfredo, when I know something is coming ahead and I'm clear he's not aware of it, it's an assignment, it's whatever, I want to mention it to him because last minute does not work for Alfredo. So the example is I was aware as the unit was unfolding, the previous unit, that Alfredo had no clue he had to do a project. So I mentioned it and he was like, yeah, yeah. And I'm like, no, 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 let's talk about this. And then when I began to talk about it, I could see him go, what? I got to do this? And then he began to wrap his mind around it and was able to do a beautiful project. But if I had just not said anything, it's on the schedule. He should have caught it. It's up to him. that indifference would have impacted him greatly. Because I've observed in his conscientiousness, which is high, he wants to get it done on time, if not early, which is what on time means to him, early. He wants it to be well organized. He wants to have a chance to translate it into English and present it in a very professional process to everyone. Okay, Alfredo? High in conscientiousness. So it helps. It helps. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. Okay.
Question, another one. So in your previous didactic, you mentioned kind of this idea of teaching, and then you have this word intervention in this didactic. Do you ever, in any context, whether it's chaplaincy or CPE educator or human, play with kind of this benchmark? So say I take a test and I come in and I'm like 60% openness or whatever it is. Are we ever as intervention or as teacher trying to move that range one way or the other, not to shift the quality itself, but to say Kate's between a 40 and an 80 of openness or something like that? Do we ever, with the people we engage with, like in any context, do we think about it like that? Or is it kind of a fixed point assessment, would you say?
I think it's ongoing, both assessment and it can move. But is my intervention, my spiritual care response to them to change where they are? Not necessarily. It seldom is. Instead, I want to come alongside Kate. So if I've assessed perhaps she's at 40% openness today, then I'm coming alongside you, not to change you. What's helpful for the 40% level openness, Kate? Because I don't have the 99% openness, Kate. You've already communicated that to me in some kind of way. So I'm not going to give you something new. I'm not going to be the cheerleader, educator. I'm going to come right alongside where you are then. So I'm not trying to change. I'm trying to match intervention with what I'm observing.
I ask because there's kind of a duality in my role. So I have the immediate moment, the immediate person in front of me that I'm working with. But for example, I teach a class in our protective custody unit where it's a higher classification and we get a lot of people that are institutionalized. The way the system has worked, they're adapted to the system. And so not only am I caring for them while they're there, but they come round and round and round in the system and deal with addiction or recidivism or whatever it is that kind of gets them stuck. So for me, I often think about this, what you're talking about, in kind of a duality. In the one sense, yes, I'm very present with where you are. It will be a safe space for that. But in the other, for example, I teach a class where I ask them to talk about a memory or write a letter to someone that they lost or something that they wouldn't normally do that pushes up against it. And sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't. That's not the point of the class. The point of the class is to put the exercise in front. But I do see kind of two layers of a thing in my role as people grow. And I'm just curious about kind of that word intervention and that word, because there is immediacy and there is also sort of systemic participation and becoming, if that makes sense. So it might be a little different. I'm just kind of curious as I listen to you.
I'm using the word intervention in the context of chaplaincy as I've done a spiritual assessment of some sort, and I have some sense of where this person is. Now, what am I going to do in my spiritual care response? That's what the intervention is. So that's how I'm using intervention. So you are not trying, even if I'm doing something where I'm trying to move people from being unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence, I'm not going to go against the grain of your personality trait. That's against the grain of your learning. I'm going to go with your learning as we move into conscious incompetence, How is the highly conscientious person going to handle suddenly becoming aware of something they're incompetent about? And what is the way that I can respond as an educator or a spiritual caregiver that best enables them to navigate that awkward place of conscious incompetence? I'm not going against it. I'm not trying to change it. I'm using it to help shape how I present it as I go with them as they practice to become conscious. How is that person who procrastinates, low conscientiousness, how am I going to come alongside them when they procrastinate? How am I going to support them? I'm not trying to change it, but I want to journey with them into conscious competence. So how do you handle the procrastinator? And there's all sorts of ways I, as an educator, would handle a procrastinator. I may give them reminders. I may allow them to present in a different format. I may give them the exercise in parts, all sorts of things, because I know they procrastinate, right? Does that answer your question? So both how I'm using intervention and then how it's informing me in my practice.
Perfect. That last piece was really helpful. Thank you for taking the time.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question. Any other feedback or questions? And again, I'll email it to you tonight. You'll have the traits and you'll have an opportunity to practice it. And it falls under the competency of using behavioral sciences. Okay, that's what it falls under. It really does help. Really does. And we carry it loosely. We carry it loosely. Okay. Any other questions or comments? So I'm going to carry loosely in the future when I play a video. All right. So this is what I want us to do. I want us to take a 10-minute break. And when we return, we'll go straight into IPG. There's no logistics to cover. You're doing verbatims next week. Audrey, this will be your first verbatim. We know it. We want you to know it. And all is well. Just simply do the best you can. Okay?
You must have felt that coming from me when you said that.
That's right. But I'm also learning something about your personality.
Thank you.
And part of my response is to reinforce normalizing where you are in this process. So that's also what I'm drawing on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Works.
It worked. Honestly, it worked.
All right. Take a 10-minute break, prepare to come back, and let's have some IPG. Thank you. You know, I really meant to say 15-minute break, but I said 10 and you were all gone. So we're just gonna, we'll go with it. Don't tell Alice. Any questions before we?
I heard that.
I hoped you had. I'm sorry, I did mean to say 15. I think I was still like, what? They sat through the video and didn't tell me. Any questions about anything before we go into IPG? Any? I'm still working out the site visits. I'm hoping to do them Friday. Alfredo, it's the 3rd. Oh, that's right. No, you're fine. You don't have to worry about it.
Did you need Chaplain Royce's telephone number, or do you have it?
You know what? I don't have the phone number. I was just going to use email, but the phone number would be great. That would make it easier.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll just add, if you're talking site visits, just so you know, I take a little while to get clearance for you to have a site visit. So maybe play that in your head as you plan.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it today. So we've had a change in the CPE for structure by Joseph. So we're only doing site visits at our contracted facilities in Fresno. So Kate, you won't have a site visit, and therefore what you're doing is a virtual CPE unit, because what makes it hybrid is that you have a site visit. And so what you'll have, everyone here will have a combination of virtual and hybrid CPE units. Does it matter? It may, down the road when you're doing your board certification, they may ask you to identify which you had. Both qualify, doesn't impact you getting your unit, but they may ask you how many of your units were hybrid, how many of them were virtual. And that's the difference. The hybrid is an educator shows up on site, observes you, has conversation with you, and you have some sort of education on site. So we're not, that's the other change that we've had in our process. So no site visit preparation required for you. So among the people here, it's just Audrey and Victor and Jennifer are at St. Agnes. So I do a site visit with them as well. I do want to try, and I'm going to do this soon enough. I'm going to try a didactic where I do the opposite of what has been the pattern of we do the presentation and then we send you the presentation. I'm going to try sending you the presentation first and then doing it. I understand the education paradigm is counter because the intent is to have the listening in line with the clinical method. And then you get the information so that you don't focus on the printed text. And I'm just going to experience it. And then my educator gets to tell me, see, I told you. They'll have a video with all your heads like this. And nobody's like, that's why we don't do it like that. So I'm going to do it though, so I can learn it. And you'll prove them all right. You'll be like this. I know you will, because you're people who sit through a video. So I'm going to lose this fight, but it's all right. I don't mind.
But they would instead help us to have active listening. I think it would do that. It would do the reverse of that.
We shall
Because
see.
you wouldn't have to have it during the time. You have at least read it before class, right? Isn't that a goal?
Maybe. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. I'm just going to try it. So do we need to revisit the definition of IPG before we have our first IPG session together? I did share with Audrey that this was going to be our first and that you graciously left early last week so we could delay and begin together. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I could use just a quick, nothing long, because I remember hearing about it before in the discussion, but yeah, just to be
Oh.
reminded.
Wonderful. So let's remind Audrey, what is IPG?
I would really define it as an interpersonal space where we can now come together in a really safe, be vulnerable without knowing that you are not judged. Share what you have to. It's not necessarily on what we've just learned, just life experience that you feel in your encounter with care recipient, or even not, just how you come into that session and the burden you bring, and you just want to share with a group of people who are nothing but there to support you. That's how I define it.
For me, it's a safe space where you're gonna have time to share your thoughts, your worries, your experience, or the place you want to learn something, okay, or to get some advice about the spiritual arena or your personal life. And for me, this kind of time was a healing time for me. And that kind of space, the feedbacks I receive bring healing to me, knowledge, light, better understand. Is when you claim some time, okay, for your personal situations, if I can say in that, if I can use the word.
Audrey, I think about it as being human together and also learning to put words around human to human interactions, whether it's us taking our insides and putting them out in words or affirming someone else. There's a way we can speak with one another that grows and affirms, and as Alfredo says, heals us and is at the same time real.
Thank you, guys.
Any questions about what you heard in that description? I would just add that invite you to be attentive to your clinical setting. You might have reflections or comments about something at your clinical setting or something in the group itself or something in your CPE journey. That in addition to, as already has been noted, about just your personal journey as a chaplain. Okay, that's it. So in terms of the formality, if there is, we claim time. So we'll say, I'd like to claim 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever. And what I'm asking from what I'm going to share is your feedback on, and then you just share. Or some people will claim the time and then share and say, I welcome your feedback on what to do or whatever. And then people will share. So you share, and you can also say what kind of feedback you'd like to receive. Even if it's, I don't want any feedback, I just want to share. Okay. All right. Let us begin IPG.
Let's begin. I want to claim some time. I want to share a different experience I have in my hospital settings. And I never thought about to have that kind of experience. For me, I never been a loving pet person. I have a dog because my son gave it to me. But was curious, I have a lot of friends in the hospital, nurses, doctors, and I have them as a friends in the social media. And some of them just request be a friend with me and just accepted. And we don't have any relationship. And somehow one of the nurses started showing photos about his pets. She has two dogs, and she loved the dogs. And one day she show up at one of his dogs passed away. Okay. Another time I thought, who care about the dogs? Just an animal, just pass away. But now I think different. When I saw her, I say to myself, do I have to do something in that? Or just ignore it? And the more I reflect on that, I say, okay, what can I say? Just a dog passed away. It's gonna be okay. I thought talk to myself and say, you know what? I'm gonna saw her. I wanna see how she felt, how she is. And a week later, I went to the area where she works, and I asked her how she felt about her dog. And she started sharing with me the story about the friendship that she has with her dog. And somehow I say, I'm sorry to hear that. How do you feel about that? And I start minister her, you know, start helping her to grieve the dog. And I ask, how do you feel about that? And his voice start breaking out. And I say to myself, it's better to step out to get to go back because she's gonna start crying right here. And she's working. It's not a good place for that. And I told her, can I see you later or can we talk about this later? Say, yeah, okay. I follow my day. It was like a 9 o'clock in the morning. And I check out and I was, walking to the parking lot to my home when I remind her. And I say, do I have to come back to see her? And I feel in my heart like a little voice say, go back because it's not about the dog, it's about her. And that changed my mind. Phew. That switched my mentality. And I start being focused on her pain and the things that she care. And I thought it's not what I'm love, it's what she love. And I get back to the unit and I find out that she was in the break room with another two nurses. So I step in. Yeah, but before that, I get into the internet and I find out how can I help a woman or a person who lost his pet. Oh, and I find out a lot of stuff. Get memories, get pictures, get a rock and put the name and make a memory of the dog and have the person to grieve, and make the person that you care about them, which is pastoral care. Make them feel that they have value, the feelings, the thoughts. And I got the rock. I went, I found out her in the break room, and I start minister her. And I start seeing the importance about care of the people. And I start learning to be more empathic with the person. She started crying. She gave it to me a hug, take me, and I give it to her that rock. I have it. Say, somebody give it to me that rock. I have in my desk. Sometimes I try to use through to the garbage what that rocks means. But I find out this rock is gonna help you. I told her I want you to put the name of your dog, honor your dog, and put it in a safe place. And when I finish, when I come back to my house, because I already check out and everything, I say, what am I doing? I never thought in my life that I have to minister a person for a dog. And for me as a man, was a really nice experience, but made me reflect about my thoughts, the way I think, the way I grew up, about uh, my culture, my background, the way I grew up, And I find out there were a lot of gaps that I have to fill it up to be a good chaplain, to have a good pastoral care for the people and care about what they felt and learning more about it's not about me, it's about them. Period. I just want to share this because the pastoral care for me means a lot. It's not about me. It's not about my belief system. It's not about my family dynamics that I'm growing up. It's about them. It's about the people. And I feel like God work in my pride, and He's made me be humble in this way. Maybe for other persons it's easy. For me, wasn't. And I just want to share with you that story. Now she is one of my best friends. Hey, Chaplain, how are you? Thank you. And she started spread the word. Now the nurses in the area, when they saw me, they respect me. So that I can count as a blessing. That was a blessing. And I just want to share with you. I don't know what you're doing. You can share with me what you're doing, or it's okay if it's not. I just want to share with you that story.
Thank you, Alfredo. Well done. I love that you Googled everything in the midst of your confusion. I feel like that's one gift that we have now in the world that wasn't always present, that we can go and look things up and get new ideas, and that you took a risk. I think I listen to you and I hear you stretch beyond the comfort zone and beyond the sequence of activities. And I really admire that form of learning and pressing into maybe an unconventional space because someone else might need it. Maybe it's rejected, maybe it's not, but I love that you just made your decision and went wholeheartedly for it just because you cared about her. And then from such a small thing, it grew. It's a really, really precious story. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. It was one of my favorite stories.
Alfredo, that's what I said. Did you really need the goal of empathy? This is what I meant when I said that, because you just embody it. It's not something you think about it. It's just very natural. So, yeah.
Yeah, but the truth is I have to work against my feelings. That's the truth. I have to go about myself, because I believe God told me it's about her, not the dog. And that changed my mind. I can tell you in that way. Because I was walking to my home when that little voice in my heart said, it's not about the dog, it's about her. Go and show her how much I love her, how much I care about her, how much, like, how much I care about what she cared. That's why I have to turn her. Just go back, 160 degrees, go back and do your job. In the end, I can preach the gospel to them because the door is open.
So you're in Unit 4. It's evident. I heard, as you were speaking and going through the process, I was seeing the clinical method of learning, the action, the reflection, the integration, the new action, you going back to her. I mean, awesome. Going a step further and looking up, what can I do different? I really saw that. I was just seeing it play out. And you went full circle and you went back to that person. That was an awesome story. And thank you for sharing it and giving me an example of how to keep going, how to reflect, integrate, new action, reflect. You kept doing that.
Yeah, when you trust in the process, it's gonna be natural. I mean, you don't say that, I don't see it. I just do it. Because it's gonna be coming part of your life, part of who you are. And I want to do it without thinking. Just do it. I want to get in that place. I started 4 unit. That is only another unit. It's more to learn.
So would this be time for me to claim some time?
Heads are nodding. So you could lead in, Alfredo, are you done? And then Alfredo.
Yes, I'm done.
Yes, I'm done. And then you'll say, I'd like to claim some time. There you go.
I'd like to claim some time. Maybe
Right ahead.
just about 10 minutes or so. And actually, I would love if you have some feedback on tools, or you'll hear what I'm saying. But if you have feedback and suggestions, I welcome them. So I talked about it a little bit earlier, the patient that died with the cold blue. And while I was talking about it, I said in the ICU, but she wasn't in the ICU. She was actually in recovery because that was the closest place they can get her into that area. She was actually at the facility for a procedure. She was not a patient in the facility at the time. Another staff, she was in a wheelchair waiting for the procedure. Her husband had gone to the bathroom. And as staff walked by and saw her and said, something don't look right. Well, she had fallen unconscious right there in the wheelchair. And that staff person pulled the cold blue. And so they, went through the process, took her back to the recovery area, went through with the chaplain, with my preceptor, just mostly observed, but was able to, first of all, see them working on her, intensely. Then we moved from that area to the area where the family was, and the husband just crying profusely. I mean, as expected. And then a daughter had come in with two little babies. They were like 6 months and 2 years old, two small babies. And so she's crying and crying. And now because she's crying, her babies are crying. And they were asking for a priest. They wanted the mother to have her last rites, So here, of course, I'm not a priest, and neither is Chaplain Royce. And so we're trying to go through that process of calling the priest. But during that, I had this feeling like I was just going to cry, like it was just welling up in me. And I didn't. I mean, I didn't. But what concerned me, I guess you can say what I kind of got concerned about, was that was the second time that happened to me. So this is, only my second week, of going through. Another time was with another patient, an older male who was very, very nice. He was doing good. We had some dialogue, and he was actually, I don't know if he was Christian. I don't know if he was a minister in the church, but he was definitely a leader in the church and did a lot of, Bible study and, stuff like that. So we were able to dialogue, about that because we shared the same faith. But then he just starts speaking to me and like encouraging me. And I felt like I was going to cry again. And so my question is, like, what do I do? I'm hoping, as I get used to, talking to people and sharing and hearing their stories and speaking with them, that I won't be so, I don't know if it's emotional, if it's normal. Is there something I could do? Should I be breathing different? Am I, spending too much time? I mean, what? I just need some feedback, some suggestions, if you have any, if you know any, on what I can do to get through when I'm feeling that. I can understand with the woman with all the crying and everything going on, that anybody would feel, something in that situation. But with the older gentleman who we just had good, to me, it was just a good spiritual encounter. He did most of the talking. I did ask open-ended questions. And I just took my cue from him. He led basically the conversation. So I don't know where that came from, with the wanting, just the feeling like I wanted to cry. I did thank God for my preceptor. He's a very good chaplain. I think he said he had 6 units of CPE. So he's very experienced in this. And so we kind of talked about it. I shared that with him and we talked about it. And he asked questions like, well, what did that do for you? How did you feel about that? But so my question to you guys is there something, is it just going to take time as I have more experience in this? Is there something I should do? Should I have maybe self-care? Look, I'm asking a question and I'm starting to answer it. I'm thinking maybe as I get better in self-care, but please feel free to share if you have any words of wisdom or magic tricks.
Audrey, I'm curious um, why you think these two particular events that created so much emotion inside of you stick with you like this, impact with you like this. What's kind of going on in your mind about that piece of it for you?
I really can't articulate the why. The reason I brought it up here was because this is a safe space for me. I can't, if I had shared this with my husband, he would be saying, you need to stop doing that. You can't go, because he's concerned about me. So I just thought, let me just get it out. I am thankful that I was able to speak to my preceptor about it, and he is open, and we kind of talk about it back and forth. But I just felt like I needed to get it out again and give you all an opportunity to, if this has happened to you before, is it normal? Am I going to get over it? Because I really don't want to be crying. I feel like I'm supposed, my role is to give spiritual care. If I'm crying, or feel like I'm going to cry, then, I'm sure that the patient would be able to sense that. And that's not my role. So I want to try to avoid, I don't want to say avoid, I just want to know what to do when I'm feeling like that.
May I ask what in you stirs that empathy? What is it? Because if again, even yourself, you can give yourself the response without identifying what is it that stirs that. And just to me, I'm also one person that when I see somebody going through a painful situation, I am that emotional. And I can't dare to see in a place where someone dies and the family involved, I can't stand to see them cry. I'm always emotional. I know that about me, but it's just the crying is not a sign of weakness. It's some kind of empathy that draws me to that person, but it's not a sign of weakness. So that's why I'm asking,
Oh, thank you.
what is it that stirs that,
No, you know what? I really believe you hit it right when you said it's not a sign of weakness, because that's how I was viewing it. I really, when you said that, it did something inside me. I think that's how I was feeling. Like I'm not you didn't measure up. You're supposed to be strong. You're here for this. So just calling it out that it's not a sign of weakness kind of frees me up. It honestly, it like released that full feeling that I said I felt earlier, or just understanding that it's not a sign of weakness. Wow. Wow. And it also brings me back to, I think it was in our orientation, and Reverend Joseph said something about embracing it. So I just need to be reminded to embrace what I'm feeling. Yeah, thank you for naming it, for saying it like that, because that is really, I believe, Kate, why? When you asked why, and I said I couldn't articulate it, I really believe that's why that it was just stayed with me. So thank you, Alice. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I know that Donna also at some, I don't know whether it's verbatim or what, also explain well, we will be humans, and God created us as people who are interdependent with the other. So that humanness is there. But she had also said in another angle, when it gets to the extreme, that will cry more than the person crying. Then it doesn't. Right now, we get in the room and the chaplain is crying more than the person. And it doesn't really help that person, right? But that is even not what you mean. I know that is not that extreme now, but yeah.
No, and I didn't know if the floodgates were to open, what it was going to look like. And so, because I had never experienced it, so I made sure, they stayed close. So yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think would have happened if you had started crying in either scenario?
With the real emotional one, I I think they would have just saw that I was human and that I was, just feeling what they were feeling. So I was kind of okay with feeling like I was feeling with that one. But with the other gentleman, I believe the roles would have switched. Probably because of his experience and what he does. Like he would have been on the bed and he would have.
Did
And
the
he
role
probably would have started
switch?
praying for me, or he probably it would have switched. And
Did the role switch though? Did he start taking care of you anyway?
you know what? Yes. Yes. Yes.
How do you feel about that?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I would have felt like that if I'd have started crying and stuff, but I actually thanked him at the end, of our visit. I said, I just want to thank you. I came in here to encourage you and to speak to you, but I said, but I am leaving feeling encouraged. And so I did thank him for that. I don't know if I had started crying, I just feel like that would have it would have switched totally. I don't know.
I have a question. I'm curious. When you were there and when you saw them, what thoughts came to your mind? What feelings?
And that's the same question my preceptor asked me. He said, "What thoughts were going through your mind when I was talking to the man?" And to be honest, I really cannot pinpoint any particular thoughts. He didn't remind me. Well, he he was a Caucasian, 78-year-old man. So it wasn't like, he reminds me of my father, or he triggered something, or I didn't feel, I didn't get that. I don't know if it was just the fact that um, we were of the same faith, and the language that he was, speaking, and our communication was the same. And so we could identify, relate to each other, that kind of thing, as far as what he was sharing with me, about his faith. I don't know if that's what softened my heart. I don't know, but I didn't recall any particular thoughts that made me feel a certain type of way.
Yeah, my question is because I try to find out the relationship between crying and the word that Alice said is not a witness. I try to find out the relationship that you have crying crying with a weakness of the person.
Mm.
And that's what I'm reflecting. What is the relationship? Do you cry?
Well,
Do you feel weak?
yeah, so I don't view crying as feeling weak at all. It's not the crying. Um, it's the role I was expected to be playing at that time is what made me feel that the crying would be weak. So crying, I don't have a problem with. I'm a crier. When I'm happy, I cry. When I'm sad, I cry. So it's not the crying that I view as weak. It's if I'm in the role of encourager, I'm to be giving you hope. I I was feeling like if I would have started crying, I would have, it would have been a weakness.
Now, think in this. How many times you feel in the same way in other areas? Okay, like in the school. Okay, did you cry because you felt like,
No,
oh, good, that's good.
yeah,
Just I want to
no.
be sure.
And this was a new experience. This was a new feeling for me, and I think that's why I'm bringing it up, because I don't view crying as a weakness, and I cry.
Yeah,
I watch a movie and cry. I cry with uh, my girlfriend is crying because she said, So I don't have any issues about crying. I think it was just in these circumstances, and I'm really starting to believe it's because of the lack of self-care. And I even told the chaplain, I think I had reached my limit um, that day with the after with the man. I had because I get a caseload, and it has 12 to 14 people on it that I have to go see throughout the day, and so I think I had just reached my limit at that time.
okay. Can I say something about that? It was happened to me one time.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure.
And what I'm doing is I take a pause on myself and breathe and recover myself for that feeling. You don't have to stay there. You can cry, but take a pause, okay? And step back for a while until you recover your sense. See, it's kind of exercise.
Thank
I'm not
you.
saying don't cry
Yeah.
because we are human, okay? But it's kind of, I use that technique. You have to find your own technique, okay? I always take a pause and a step back, okay? Or in that moment, I told another chaplain, can you take care of this? Because I can't right now. I have to take myself back together again, okay? But I cry. Sometimes, as soon as I finish, I go to my secret place and just cry like a baby. and I let everything in the hands of God. And do what Jesus does when he cried for Lazarus. Just take a pause. That's it. The moment they cry, and then get back. Jesus did the same. Don't stop to cry. He cried in front of the people. Just take a pause yourself. Okay? Clear
Thank you.
your tears, and go back. But as Ali said, it's not a sense of weakness. For me, it's a sense of humans.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nothing wrong with that. I hope that kind of experience I have can help you in your journey.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for see, I'm learning this now. Thank you for the way that you asked me questions and you helped me to come up with the answers. Thank you so much. And then Alfredo, just thank you for sharing your experience and what works for you. I really appreciate that.
Audrey, if I may, I'll just add something to Alfredo because I've responded differently to a situation, and you asked just kind of for learning and perspective. So mine's different from his, and I'll just say it, take it or leave it as you like, but just as another way to handle it. So I had a guy who came in and he and his fiance lost their baby. And so she went through a whole bunch of hoopla and brought the ashes in a little container, and a deputy gave permission for him to hold the ashes. He can't keep the container. There's a lot of rules in jail. So they had this really precious moment facilitated by the deputy. And then that was very meaningful to him. And then 2 days later, his fiance died of a seizure. She was epileptic. And so he called and he was talking to me about all of this, and he was telling this story, and he was weeping, and I had tears just start coming down out of my face, and I was listening really intently, just listening to him talk. And then he said something to the effect of, "Chaplain, you're sad." And I said, "You have such a beautiful family, and I am just honoring the fact that you are sharing how much you love them with me and that they are tremendous." And he was like, "Oh, okay, so you're sad with me." And he kept going and he was telling his story, and eventually the tears stopped coming down. But the way he was talking at first, and he cried pretty much the whole time, but for me there was a moment where they just came, but my expression, my listening, everything was still really present with him. And he took it as affirmation and invitation and kept digging into the story. So I only say that again just to give you kind of on the spectrum of things.
Yes, thank
Right
you.
or wrong, I don't know, but it was another way to do things that fostered ongoing dialogue.
Yes, thank you, Kate. Thank you for sharing that. Oof, I'm done. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Audrey.
Thanks for that. I'll claim some time if I may. I don't necessarily need a solution or really a response. I think probably I'll just put it here if you want to dialogue with me about it, but it's kind of one of those things that just sticks with me. I don't know that there's an answer to it, but I welcome all your thoughts. So we had a triple homicide. We had the guy come into custody, and I haven't seen him, didn't know. I mean, this is not uncommon in jail that someone comes in and gets shuttled through. But what happened as I was moving around the jail is I came into step with our trauma therapist. So we have 2 trauma therapists for 2 counties, which, if you can imagine, altogether is probably like 4,000 to 5,000 people. So they're really stretched thin, our trauma therapists. They're like tired all the time. They work all the time. They have a full load. And he saw me and he said, "Oh, Chaplain, I'm so glad to walk with you a minute. Can I just tell you something in confidence?" And I said, "Of course." And I stopped walking and I faced him, and he started talking, and he starts talking about this guy who really wasn't even on my radar, because we do get things like this not infrequently. He basically said, "I sat in front of this guy and he was just repulsive to me. I couldn't treat him. I ended it. I decided I wasn't going to go back. My sympathy was with his victims. He doesn't deserve anything." And so I'm listening to him, and on the one hand, I'm just kind of letting him talk, and he's like, "It's part of my self-care. I need to make this decision not to talk to this guy." And I'm like, "Well, it sounds like you made the choice that was right for you, and I hope you get a little bit of space today to process all of it." But in the back of my mind is just the hardness of his words basically shut down the trauma response of our facility to this guy. So this guy, who is labeled a certain way in society and judged a certain way by people who care for him, now has limited care because of that. So that's the other part of my brain that's working. And I'm thinking, all right, should I go check in this guy? How can I kind of wiggle my way in? And my brain just started kind of thinking of options. But I think for me, the piece that just sat in ambiguity was, I received this guy, I affirmed him, I thought about this guy who basically won't get this particular niche care now because there's not enough resources to hand him off to someone else. Felt pain for it. And also, one thing I try not to do is find out what guys are in there for, because I don't like it to impact how I care for them. I don't like it to color anything. And just the juxtaposition of all of it, receiving from the caregiver, knowing that I would engage the inmate, and just feeling grief at the brokenness of the system that this guy's clearly a product of, but also made choices in, and also resources for him are limited because of all sorts of factors, and just my role, ethics, doctors, like it just, I felt weary at the end of the day thinking about all of it. Usually I'm really energetic at my job, but this I finished and I just felt kind of tired with all of it. And I haven't decided yet what I'll do, if anything, but it just kind of was one of those that you finish and you're like, that's just there now. So I just share it because you all are chaplains, and this isn't, like, as Audrey pointed out, the thing that you share with really a spouse or most people. They stop at triple homicide. And yeah.
Kate, that is, I can feel you, I can hear you. And when you have it in real concrete reality, experiential reality is different when you, because I'm teaching a seminar right now on would-be pastors, a graduate level seminar, and we were discussing what it means Imago Dei, the image of God in people. And one of the highlights of that class is it really doesn't, God declared people Imago Dei, and no human beings can take that away from them, no matter what they do. And therefore, however hard it is, we must condemn the situation, but uphold people's dignity, which is their inherent dignity that is not determined by what they do or not. And in that sense, there are people who take law, the consequences is obviously he's there in jail. Those are the consequences of what he's doing. But the doctor's job is to treat people. They are not the one making laws on what to do or not to do. And it's very hard situation, right? One will say, yes, you bring your orienting system there. Yes, that's true. But it's hard not to think that even a person in death row still deserve dignity. It doesn't take away from the fact that the consequences of what they do, there are no consequences, but they still deserve to be treated with what is inherently their right dignity. Even if the other person didn't do it, you see, like that's what fractious life does, is it creates everything in fracture. Is the absence of love, which creates all of that. So it's the fact is whatever he did, and it's wrong. But that doesn't mean that you don't treat that person with the inherent dignity. But that doesn't also mean that the person is not accountable. Right? But who holds him accountable is not the doctor. That's not the doctor's job. So it's hard because if someone should hear, and this is again the kind of things I will struggle, really, if I were in your situation, really, really struggle with whether I'm going to keep quiet for the doctor not to treat that person, or if I can report it. Because at the end of the day, I do not know if it's okay for the doctor to make a determination like that, especially if they are not substitutes that can treat this person with dignity or give that person the basic care for wishes. Because if he's employed in that facility, he knows people who come to that facility have committed a crime, right? It's not how many crimes you committed as you committed a crime. So for me, I'm very torn, and I feel you. And to be very honest, a person like myself who is so big on justice and human rights, right? I'm a certified human rights advocate. That is a place at which the human right of that person comes into play. And I don't even know what I'll do as a chaplain in that side, because my heart of a human right, I think, will overshadow. But the chaplain is not even supposed to even say that's okay. So it's a very conflicting place to be. And I empathize with you. But I'm glad I'm not there, because I'll make so much noise that he will go treat the guy. So anyway.
I love that you wrestle with me, Alice, because I don't know that there's any answer to it. It's just awful on all fronts. And I hear your heart for justice in it. I think for me, it's a little less about the justice, because there's just so much injustice in the system. If you thought about that, this would be the worst job ever. But for me, I think the brokenness of 3 lives gone, like going to bed tonight, are not these 3 people. This person who did the act, who has a life of whatever is to come in response of that and the fallout from them. And this particular therapist who is at a space for himself where obviously this is too much. Like, you're a therapist in jail, like you said, you know you're going to get too much. That's like the job description. And I've referred this guy before and he's handled too much, but this was the one that just cracked him. And it's like all the pieces just, and how an act can break and break and break and break. And then you just have this muck of broken, and you trust that there's a God that somehow, at least in my faith tradition, there's a God somehow working for wholeness in this. And it's like, oh, but I just, like, the muck can feel so wearying sometimes because there's no answer really, I guess. So yeah, I thank you for wrestling with me. I love seeing you get fired up about the way that you see it, because sometimes I'm super fired up about stuff. Sometimes I'm just like huddled in a corner about stuff, but just the fact that there's no real, I don't know, like there's no one landing place for all of it. It's just, ugh. So thanks for being my partner in that. I really appreciate it.
Right. And especially that we chaplain, we are called to, in difficult moments, you as a chaplain, however, our heart is so wrenching and so angry, we'll still do the chaplaincy job. Right. We cannot run away, that we will still be a chaplain in that space. And for me, what really breaks my heart is like every medical doctor takes the Hippocratic oath, which means that in cases like that, you as a person is out, you do the job that you are being called. They all take that vow. All of them, all medical doctors take that vow. It's like us chaplain, we have a moral accountability. No matter how we feel, we put that out and we be chaplain in that moment, right? So for me, it is really like, there are also consequences for him. If somebody should find out that is the oath he took as a medical doctor, what to do, So, but again, it is a very, very complex, as you say, the fractures of the world create more fractures, and that fracture creates more fracture. And him not attending to this guy create more, the worst fracture for him, because if they should find out, that is breaching the oath they take as medical doctors.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, he falls in the category of mental health, which for the county, because there's such a need for it. I don't know if you see this in the hospitals, but there's a really wide range of certifications. So he doesn't happen to be a doctor. He happens to be a mental health professional, and he goes by the label trauma therapist, but he's not our psych. He's not an MD. He's not that. So he kind of falls in this grayer area that now has funding in response to something. So again, I would just say there's a little more ambiguity in there that again is part of kind of the whole muck of it. Just as an FYI, no other.
How did you feel about how you came along as a chaplain to him?
I think I did that part well. It was just kind of brief, and he saw me and he fell into step with me. Like, I slowed mine and he picked up his, and he said, "Oh, I'm glad I get to walk with you for a minute. Can I tell you this?" So I know that he was wanting to talk about it. I stopped and I faced him. I thought about Joseph's like square the body attention. We were walking, but there would have been a transition coming up. In jail, there's always doors. So we stopped before that happened. And then he just said all of this. And I used really neutral language, like, it sounds like, and that sounds like a hard day for you. It sounds, the way you're speaking about this. And I asked things like, how did that make you feel? Like just regular chaplaincy. And he responded very positively, engaging, and then kind of affirming himself. So I feel like as a chaplain encounter, it's less usual for staff to engage with us. Mostly the inmates get us. But I feel like as a staff encounter, that one went well. And I had in my first unit, a staff unit that I was a encounter that I was a disaster at, total flop. So I've been thinking since then about just the small ways of engaging. So better than the first one for sure.
Yeah, Kate, I shared with you before that I've worked in corrections for a long time. And unfortunately, you just have those people who, for whatever reason, I mean, now I'm looking at them a little differently because of what I'm learning now and what I'm experiencing, but for whatever reason, shuts down and they begin to judge, you know, the person. It could be the 3 homicide, or it could be simply a child abuse. You know, it's just, I don't want to say simply child abuse, but it could be a smaller crime. And they shut down and decide he's not worth it. And so in my experience, because I was I had a responsibility. I was a supervisor, executive, or whatever. So I had to address that and deal with that. I had to try to put some things in place. So when a person is feeling like that, what can they do? Who do they call, you know, to get some relief? Is there another trauma person? Is there a supervisor? Is there a psychologist? Is there, you know? So I feel you completely. The only thing I would say, if you felt, you know, felt it necessary and wanted to, you could share that experience. You don't have to give a name if you don't want to get somebody in trouble, but you can share that with one of the administrators. Often, you know, there's debriefing. Well, I'm sure you know they debrief a lot of incidents all the time, and so you might want to share that. They may need to hear it, and that may prompt them to put some things in place so that when that person is feeling like that, this is what he or she should do. Or when you experience that, this is what you can do, so that at least the person is still treated like a person and is still receiving whatever the care is that the person is should be getting. And thank you for sharing it.
Okay, may I ask you a curious question? This is about race. The therapist and if you can answer or not answer, is there some racial bias going on there?
There's definitely different races. I
Mhm.
would say there's the chance of implicit racial bias is high. I didn't hear explicit racial bias anywhere, but based on the racial dynamic, my guess is it would be in there if I dig into it a little bit. I still haven't talked to the inmate yet, so I don't know that end of things. I can just read a name and make a guess, but again, I don't want to Google him. I don't want to look him up. I don't want to be anything where I sit in front of them and have some other script playing in my head, because I'm a good chaplain and these are hard scenarios for many people, and I can be quite competent in them. So in our facility, again, it's really common for mental health to deal with acute and then pass off to chaplains what's more ongoing, just because that's how resources work in jail. We don't have them. So it will be on my radar to check in with him. at some point. And actually, I will initiate almost always. I let them initiate me. But in this particular case, I will initiate because I am concerned about ongoing care. And that's like a whole nother workload that's like living down the road a minute, besides just today of being like, man, all the things are broken. Why is it all broken?
I can feel your heart so heavy. Living in this kind of work is not easy for nobody. For me, the doctor and this guy are the same. Sometimes we thought that we deserve being treated better than the other ones. And this is a lie. You see, this doctor think that he can make the decisions, to use another people. And for me, both that in the same boat are killers. One with license and one without license. This is the same guy. Killing people with a license made me more scared than people without license. And we have to walk through this. Jesus said, you want to walk in the middle of the serpent, the snakes, nothing is going to hurt you. But you want to walk in that situation. And here we are. But you know what? It's more painful to see a chaplain like that. Because we take for granted that every chaplain has the heart that we have it. That isn't true. In every stage, in every area, we have to face those kind of people. And they may make us cry, make us see the world that we live in it. And there is maybe nothing we can change, or just put your little, your little tear of wisdom in the middle of the seat of this war. I don't know what to say, Kate. All I can say, I'm going to have you in my prayers. That God comfort you in this situation and bring it to your peace. Because all of us are in the same situation, confronting. I see in the doctors, in the hospital, care about the people. Just this morning, one doctor told one of the patients, well, you want to live, you already have 95, 94 years old. You live enough. What do you want me to do for you? Just like that. What we can do it. Pray. I'm with you, Kat. Kate. I just know what to do, what to say. You are in a hard place, and I admire you, because I believe it wasn't me who was there. I was just being broken. But here you are, hoping for a new day, for a new beginning. What can I say?
Thank you all for your compassion and for giving me so much of your time.
Thank you, Kim.
I will release my minutes if someone else wants to go.
Thank you so much, Kate, for sharing.
Yeah. Can I make one comment, Kate?
Yeah.
In the world of all the fractures, as you said, all the brokenness and all the cracks, I am grateful that he sees the moment to walk with you.
Mm.
I am grateful that you were, as you said, I was a good chaplain. I met him right where he was, and you're not done. And that just in the midst of the lament and the scarcity and the humanity of being exhausted and the transparency of articulating his limits, hope bursts through in his willingness to be vulnerable and share where it mattered. Because he shared with you and it mattered. And so, thank you. And thank you for being that chaplain in that moment, pulling out all those skills. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
That reminds me that we are there to change nothing. Yeah, thank you for sharing. That reminds me that we cannot change nothing. Not even ourselves sometimes. And now those are the vessels that God used. Thank you, Dana, for pointing on us those moments that I don't see it until you share with us, which is true. She walked with him. Wow. Thank you for sharing that.
Alice, did you want to share anything tonight? Well, we've had a good solid hour of IPG. And thank you for your contributions and your presence and your attention. And I look forward to our verbatims next week. And I know it might sound like an overstatement, but I really mean it, that through you, I I get a glimpse of the world being a better place through the work you're doing and just being who you are. So thank you. Thank you. I hope you rest well, and I will see you next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.